Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
On days that you're going to bed with me the same time, we got a little ritual. We watch our shows, then we pass out.
Take your stuff.
And then, alarm goes off at 2:25, and I can hear her over there moaning, going, I'm like, get your ass up. Get your ass up and get to the gym. Come on.
Oh, man. Did you have a girl that got fat on you or something, Bubba?
No,
I feel like this has to stem
I've never had a girl get fat on me. Only I get fat.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show, Friday, March 15th, 2024. And not that this means anything or a lot, or it's not breaking or crazy news for anybody else in this studio except for me, because I'm obviously, I own Bubba Raceway Park / Ocala Speedway. I own that with Tom Bean. I am good friends with a lot of the dirt late model drivers that drive for both World Outlaw and Lucas Oil. Devin Moran, Tyler Erb, Hudson O'Neill, Jonathan Davenport, Bobby Pierce, Brandon Overton, the killer Kyle Bronson, all super good friends of mine. Who's messing with their microphone?
It was me. I'm sorry. I was trying to silence it.
Maybe turn your cough button on.
I did. I let go of too soon. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm really on a monologue. Now Rhett's going to have to edit this, Lummy. Because this is what I'm hearing. But
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
I'm sorry.
That's what... Come on now. So anyway, the Patrick Mahomes / Kansas City Chiefs version of dirt late model racing is kind of represented by the Rocket chassis house car, the Rocket chassis house car, and the driver being Hudson O'Neill. Comes the son of the real deal Don O'Neill, and Hudson O'Neill has broke onto the scene in super late model dirt racing quite a while ago as a young kid, as a very young kid. Drove, I think, Devin Moran's ride for a few years, and then got the Rocket house car ride 2 years ago. Won the championship last year, and I think might have been leading in points on one of the two series. Currently after the Florida Speed Weeks, I think he got 4 or 5 victory for the Florida Speed Weeks, and him and Hudson O'Neill and Rocket part ways yesterday. But literally, the only analogy I could use for the average person that doesn't know anything about dirt racing would be like if Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs broke up out of nowhere. Everybody's reporting it. I think this is from Flo.
I can't believe I'm saying this. Effective today, some breaking huge news in the dirt late model world. Hudson O'Neill and Rocket One have parted ways. I don't have much information, but we're hearing that as effective today, they are parting ways. Kind of crazy. They win the Lucas Oil Championship last year. They win over $1 million. Hudson O'Neill is becoming an up-and-comer in the sport.
I think the standard guy, I think Hudson O'Neill was probably 30 or 40% of the car. So, I mean, he's probably made $500,000 if you include merchandise. I mean, this is the highest paying. This is probably the highest paying. This is probably the highest paying opportunity in dirt late model racing. This is probably the high, unless you're a Bobby Pierce or you're a Jonathan Davenport or somebody like that that's won and you own your own team. Well, then, obviously you're getting more than 30 or 40% of the winnings of the car. But you also have the liability and, of having to own the $700,000 toter home and having to have a crew of 4 people that you pay and you're paying all the bills too. Just to be a badass driver, to walk up to the track with your helmet, your vending trailer that your girlfriend runs, and get in the car and make 30 to 40%. Seems like, man, that would be this is the best opportunity in dirt late models, and Hudson's a good friend of mine, and I just don't.
Well, let's pick him up.
Well,
let's sponsor him. Let's start a team with him. If he's that good, let's do this.
No.
Can't we do that?
No, Dan.
Come on,
no.
let's go. Got Patrick Mahomes on the free agency.
Dan, no. That would require us to get be beating the door down for sponsors.
You got it.
You got to have it takes $1 million to run a season of this.
But I got it with Kizerk, Bizig.
And you just stop.
With the Oppie top?
He's in a whole nother.
It's not his.
No, just shut up. Just shut up. Okay? Because you're messing up my short that I'm going to release this as a short. Oh. So shut up.
Yes, sir.
Kurt Morgan does asphalt sprint cars. That's
a complete niche.
Yeah,
I understand.
It's like comparing it. Stop. Just be quiet.
Okay.
We're just gonna have to cut everything you're saying out in order for it to be just about what this represents. And this is Hudson O'Neal and Mark Richards from Rocket Chassis parting ways. Everybody's reporting it. And so I wanted to make it a short, Lummy, because the couple dirt late model interviews that we've done have done well for us.
They have.
So we even had Hudson O'Neal on, did we not?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Sport.
Might want to Rhett maybe kind of just throw that in there one time, just him saying hi to us or something.
They win
We're gonna make a video out of this.
War 100 together. First time Mark Richards has ever won the War 100. First time a driver from the Hoosier State, the state of Indiana.
Listen, Rocket Chassis is a big deal, and so is Hudson O'Neal. He's a big deal. Again, this is a Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City Chiefs analogy of dirt late models. This is a big, big deal.
Wins the World 100. He was off to a good start at Speed Weeks. Kind of shocking news here. We're going to get more details to fall, but yeah, what we're hearing right now and an effective today, Hudson O'Neal and Rocket One Racing are parting ways. Kind of hard to say. I'm just chilling here in Fairbury, just relaxing on a nice.
I don't need to know what you're doing.
How'd that guy get the scoop and not you, Bubba?
I don't know. Dirt on. Well, because I
thought you were plugged in.
I am plugged in, but I'm not plugged in. Where I'm. I got another job. You know that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
Dirt on Dirt reports it. Breaking news. Defending Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion Hudson O'Neal has announced that he's leaving Rocket Chassis or Rocket One Racing effective immediately. I did get a text from Mark Richards last night, the guy who owns the team, and said, yes, it's true. And it's tough to navigate through these hundreds of texts that I'm getting. But yes, it's true. We have parted ways. So it's going to be very interesting to, one, where does Hudson O'Neal go? Because he could literally probably drive for anybody out there. Two, does he start his own team? Or three, does he sit out for a little bit, clear his head, and wait for a different opportunity? Maybe you wait for to be the Longhorn driver. See, the two competing chassis manufacturers and dirt late models are Longhorn and Rocket. Those are there's only two that matter. Those two. So maybe Longhorn stole Hudson away.
Whoa!
Right.
Can they pay better, obviously?
Well, here's the thing. Longhorn, Rocket's been like the industry leader for I don't know how long. Like they've been like Rocket's like the greatest of all time. Well, then Bobby Labonte from NASCAR invests in this new, or I guess maybe he owns it, this new dirt late model chassis called Longhorn, and they have been, really, really, really tearing it up.
Are they comparable?
In some instances, they're better. I mean, I don't know who won more races last year, Longhorn or Rocket, but we could probably find that out. But they're comparable.
They're competitive.
Yes, very. It's like Ford and Chevy.
I understand.
And, maybe Longhorn came up to Hudson and said, "Hey, you want to drive the Longhorn house car, for 51% of the car instead of 30?" I don't know, man. Nobody can wrap their head around as to how or why this is happening. But anyway, there you go. There's your short, Rhett. I'm sorry, you're going to have to cut out the mic jostling and the stupid Dan question. But other than that, man, I'm doing great. How's everybody else doing? Macho Man sneaking in here. Today we got a. I'm not trying to like.
I know what's coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then let's play this new game called Name Your Own Heat. Yay! It's when Bubba might have a little heat with you, just a little, and before Bubba breaks that heat out on you, you predict what that heat may be. And maybe that takes a little bit of the heat away because you recognize that you could potentially cause me to have heat with you. So I think that takes a little sting out of the heat.
Yes, it does.
Well, for me, it does. Like, I mean, I don't have to be as hard on you because you've
already hard on myself.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's the newer.
It hurts less.
That's the newer Bubba right there. But then just dress her down, have her maybe acknowledge that I could potentially have an issue, and we work through that issue. How about that?
That sounds nice.
Yeah, that's corporate Bubba right there.
I appreciate it.
So what are you thinking right now?
Would this have to do with the guests that might be coming in?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, continue on.
Was it that I texted you too late?
No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
I just think it was all the changes that have been happening in terms of trying to book the guest.
Here's the deal. I love Matt Arroyo to death. He's certainly, a legend. He's just Matt Arroyo's in a league all to himself. He made it to the UFC, had a handful of fights in the UFC. Wasn't going to be, like a champion or nothing like that, but recognized that, hey, you made it to the UFC. I mean, that's like saying, hey, I'm in the NFL. I only played 3 seasons, but I was in the NFL. So, I mean, that automatically makes you better than 99% of all people that tried to play football. From Pee Wee football lummy to the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
If a guy makes it to the NFL, and maybe even only an abbreviated career, you still are pretty kick-ass. So, Matt Arroyo made it to the UFC, had a few fights, realized that he wasn't going to be the next Conor McGregor, but could take that skill set, get with Rob Kahn, and open up a school and make a pretty damn good living.
Yeah, make a career out of it.
Yeah, make a career out of what you love.
Right. Which is everyone's dream.
Right, exactly. And so he can go and support his family, and his business is to have a Gracie Tampa franchise, and he's done quite well with that. And in doing that, and having a Gracie Tampa franchise, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, UFC type school. Mm-hmm. In order to have that, occasionally you'll have a student that comes through your class. Maybe started out as a young kid, or was like an accomplished NCAA wrestler, or just by whatever means this person gets to your school, you find out this person is pretty damn good. You start rolling with this guy. He quickly, for however long it takes, becomes a black belt. You take him to Matt, and like Rob used to take Matt to local tournaments. They go to local tournaments. Like, you just don't. Your first fight isn't fight night at UFC. You have fought probably 10 to 15 times on regional and local events before Dana will even look at you. Am I right?
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
So, Dana's not. So when Rob Kahn and now Matt Arroyo call Dana up and say, Dana, I got a guy that you might want to look at. And they're not. And,
you got to win a few championships in other leagues probably beforehand.
Yeah. And Matt's not calling Dana up, once every 6 weeks saying, hey, Matt's calling Dana like once every 3 years, 4 years. Like when that's when some one of these guys comes. It takes that long.
I think Matt's only had 2 or 3 fighters that have
right. That's what I'm
been
saying.
in the UFC. Yeah.
So he does. He really
it's rare.
Right. It's very rare. I think Rob, who's kind of Matt's sensei. I think Rob might have had 4 or 5, 3, 4 or 5, and Matt was one of them. So yeah, it's very rare. So Matt Arroyo has this fighter, who this is his big break. His name's Billy. I
think it's Quarantillo.
Quarantillo.
I think it's Tillo. I don't think it's T.O.
He's 5'10", 145. He's a featherweight. He's age 35. His team, of course, obviously Gracie Tampa South, and then there's various highlights and things like that. And so this, and he's going to be on UFC Fight Night. It's the
23rd, so next Saturday.
Correct.
It's exciting.
Yeah,
now
in Vegas.
It's not a pay-per-view.
Nope.
But UFC Fight Night is a pretty big thing.
Nothing to sneeze at.
I mean, it's not a pay-per-view, Seth, but it's Saturday night. Remember wrestling Saturday night
main event.
Yeah, Saturday night main event. It's not, it's not WrestleMania, and it's not, a pay-per-view, but it is, it's a big stage where you would go and kick ass here, then you might get on a pay-per-view. That's probably what the deal is. You do well here, we'll put you as an opening round, and then just getting on a pay-per-view, just to be one of the, first 7 rounds that aren't even televised.
Yeah, he's not prelims, he's main card.
Right. But being a main card, this next Saturday on UFC Fight Night is a big deal. This is a big deal for this guy.
Yeah.
This is this guy's biggest opportunity of his jiu-jitsu career, right?
MMA, but yeah.
And so, this is a big deal. He's got to win this. If he wins this, then opportunities just continue to open up. So,
And he's probably in the twilight, twilight of his career because he's 35, so.
I'm thinking that guy really needs to be here. He really does. I don't care how hard he's training. I don't care what other situation he may or may not have.
His wife might be in labor.
Well, okay.
That's what I sent you yesterday.
I mean, I didn't know his wife may be in labor.
That's right.
And I don't even know necessarily that I agree if I
believe it.
It's easy to pull that card.
Well,
but
faking labor.
So
I'm not going to fact check him.
So
but.
Matt Arroyo, the teacher, who I absolutely adore. It's the only reason why I'm allowing this to continue on is because I have so much respect for Matt. He's going to be in at 8:00 to talk about this fight. I'm going to give him a ration of hell, saying, hey, you got to know how to handle your fighter. You got to be like, hey, this is our biggest opportunity to promote. Because listen, where's UFC Fight Night? Is that on ESPN?
I think so.
I think it's on ESPN.
Yeah, usually ESPN Plus.
Yeah. So it's televised, and and ratings. Those people pay attention to ratings. So let's say this guy, I don't know, there's a few thousand, maybe 4 or 5, 8, 10,000 Bubba Army cumulatively that listen to the show that may tune in next Saturday for UFC Fight Night that regularly wouldn't. But they listen to the show and they're like, hey, I want to support Bubba, and I want to support the people that support Bubba. And I ain't got to do nothing Saturday night. Let me flip it over. Let me flip it over to this dude.
Yeah, it's an easily accessible fight.
Right.
It's not pay-per-view.
And so, if you would be on here and you would promote what you're doing, you got an opportunity to get, I don't know, thousands and thousands of extra eyeballs on your fight, which equate to ratings. So you don't think that when Dana's looking for the next pay-per-view, so let's say Billy wins, okay? Billy does
Which is very likely. He just got a new opponent a few days ago.
Yeah, let's say Billy wins, and let's say Billy kills it. Let's say Billy has knockout of the night, blah, blah, blah. But Billy's ratings are just, same as the match before him, whatever. It's pretty much on par for the event. But what if because Billy didn't really promote it that hard, and he no-showed my show, and now I have to just have his teacher in here promoting it? But let's say that Billy not only nailed it, but his ratings were the people that look at the ratings, wow, we went up 3.5 share points for this particular fight. You don't think that matters on how they book you? Seth and Rhett and Lummy, you guys know about ratings. I mean, if a guy, if the entire event pulls a 2-share, and most, they break it into quarter hours. Most quarter hours are anywhere between a 1.8 and a 2.4. But Billy Quarantino Catalino, Tampa's very own, that Bubba told you to go listen to, he pulls a 3.2 for his fight. You don't think somebody says, not only does this guy kick ass, but my God, he killed it in the ratings.
He's got a following.
Big bump.
Yeah, I mean, this guy nailed it. So, Anna, I'm just like, I'm scratching my head on when a guy would have this type of opportunity. And listen, Matt's invited. I'll have Matt in here at 8 o'clock. I'll have him in for one session.
Billy may show up. I don't know. I do know that his wife is in labor as of last night.
Okay. Well, I hope that he does show up because I just think this is
promotion's like the big, like one of the biggest parts of being a fighter, isn't it?
right. And you got to start out.
Probably doesn't want to miss the birth of his child.
We understand that.
I'm just trying to stress that he did want to be here.
Well, no, Anna. I read a few of the emails, and it seemed to be the issue that Matt Arroyo was saying was he doesn't like to get up early because he's in the middle of training right now and he needs his sleep. I didn't see any emails that said. I mean, we went from that was 3 days ago to now she's in labor. So like, I
texted you last night at I think 4:47 p.m. and I sent you a screenshot of a message that I had received just so you were in the know.
Let me see.
I understand it was maybe during fuzzy time.
I just looked at it and didn't even. Right. I just saw it was from you and it was about this situation and I just minimized it. I didn't even read it.
Okay, well.
I did.
Okay.
This is what I read. Billy opt for Friday at 8 a.m. Thank you for being flexible. I'll make sure you're prepped with all the information. That was at 4:03. Then at 4:48, there comes a screenshot that I don't know who's from where or what, or just talks about, hey, Anna, I just got a text from Billy saying that his wife is in hospital because she's likely going to have her baby tomorrow. They're deciding if they're going to do a C-section. So he said there's an 80% chance that he's not going to be able to make it. And you even knew what Big Papa's response was going to be. You went, holy shiz. I didn't know him and his wife were expecting, no problem at all. Oh, okay. No, okay. Anyway, so
I just sent you that conversation instead of explaining it, secondhand. Just show the receipts.
All right, listen, I have no problem. I'll promote Billy one side and up and down the other. I hope he does well, and I hope people watch him. And if he shows up, great. And if not, we'll have a great conversation with Matt Arroyo.
Excellent.
I would think that this would probably be the only excuse. Well, other than there's, like a tragic illness in your family, or there's something wrong with your wife, or you are personally sick, or something catastrophic in your family happened, I would think that you wouldn't want to miss I have to think that this might be his very first radio interview, too. Like, this might be his very first.
Yeah, I don't think he's been on the air.
Big time promotion.
So there's a little anxiety, you think?
Well, no, but I mean, like, I would think a guy would never miss that opportunity unless there was some type of catastrophic event that was happening in your life, which could very well be. If his wife is in labor,
it's catastrophic.
If that's very much a very, very, very much of a plausible excuse, and I wish you nothing but luck. I do not expect you to be here, and I hope everything goes well with the baby, if indeed that's what's happening. Now, if it's just that Billy likes to have his sleepy time and he's been training hard and he busted ass yesterday in sparring and right now he's probably in the middle of dropping 15 pounds.
Yeah, and he has an infant, so this is his second kid.
So he's got an infant and he's cutting weight right now.
Yeah.
Which just makes you so irritable because you're just.
Oh, yeah. Remember those days? Did you ever have to do that? Did you ever cut weight? Okay.
Yeah. My sophomore year, I wrestled 185, but I rolled around 210.
Jeez.
So, yeah. Like I was
such a dick when I was losing weight.
Oh, and then you'd go.
More than usual?
I got.
Yeah. Amplified.
I got into a real bad habit where I was bulimic.
Yeah. You're throwing up.
I mean, like I would go and.
Purge.
I'd like be. It was like Friday night. We had practice and we had a match on Saturday morning, and you have to weigh 185 on the dot for the match.
I mean, remember you would just like exhale and watch that scale just kind of float and just pray, it would just go just a millimeter under that
you could
arrow.
just get it not to bounce on the very. They had the old school slide medical, medical scales, and if you could, they put it on 185. That's what they put it on.
Why do I?
And if you had a clunk on the downside, you're like, great, great.
You want that clunk.
But man, sometimes you'd get on, it would clunk to the top side, and then the coach would just start moving it. Because now you're nose to nose with the coach, or I'm sorry, you're actually a little bit taller than the coach, because those things are elevated about what, maybe 6 inches.
Yeah, 4.
And so the coach then starts just hitting it and it's going 86, 86 and a half.
That's the worst.
87. And then like 88, man, it just starts to get off. It just starts dangling a little bit. And then he tunes it up because, Dan, you're realistically supposed to have that bar right in the middle.
Right on the arrow.
Right. And
line to arrow.
And then it'd be like 88 and a quarter. And he'd be like, so this is Friday night, at 7 o'clock after practice. We had a match on Monday morning. On Saturday morning, we have to get there super early and take a bus and drive like 45 minutes to that high school that we were having a tournament. And you could count for 1 or 2 pounds that you could drift at night.
Just by sleeping.
Yeah, just by sleeping.
If you don't eat, you'll lose a pound or 2 at night.
If you don't eat or drink anything, if you weigh yourself before you go to bed and you have an accurate scale, you don't eat or drink nothing, and when you brush your teeth in the morning, you spit the water out, everything.
Right.
Floss extra hard.
You'll naturally lose a pound or 2.
Yes.
They call that drifting. So coach would be like, okay, Clem, you're going to drift down to 86, and looks like you need to be, and so we had these sauna suits that were like,
oh my god,
they were like
plastic warm-up suits.
Yeah, they were literally
tracksuits.
They were literally plastic, and they had bands around your arms, your neck, your waist, and your ankles, and so that no heat could get out.
Can escape.
And then so the coach would say, Clem, you're at 80. Let's see, it's called at 86 in the morning. You got to drop about 2 to be good. So because they wanted you to be a pound under so that you could sip on some honey, or you could. So that's what we would all do. Try to be like a half pound under so that you could eat like, so on the bus we would be sipping honey because it gives you instant energy, and it doesn't really make you gain that much instant weight.
See, that's the whole point, that instant weight versus like long-term weight.
Right.
So the day of the match, you were literally weighing your food. You would get high calorie, low weight food like honey.
It didn't matter like
how many calories.
It didn't matter if it had 4,000 calories. It only mattered on how much it weighed.
Yes, it was mass.
Because it didn't have an opportunity to go through your system and do its damage. It was just literally the weight of whatever you're eating.
Yep.
So the lightest things to eat that taste good are French fries.
Yes.
They're in volume. They're pretty light. So I'd hit 80. I'd be 88. He knew I'd drift too. So he goes, Clem, looks like you got about an hour in front of the wood stove. Jumping rope. So I would jump. I'd go home. Sometimes I'd eat some dinner, and then I'd puke that up. I'd go in the bathroom, make myself puke it up.
I have a memory of you talking about coconut shrimp. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right?
My mom used to go to this place called the Timeout Inn, and it was kind of like, it was a bar, but it was also a restaurant. And if it was if mom was treating us, after she started dating, Eddie, who had money, he'd take us to the Timeout on Friday, and they had the best coconut shrimps ever. And so I would order like the 6-piece coconut shrimps, some fries, and water, and then I'd go home and be 90.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd be like, I gained 2 or 3.
Right. Just going the wrong way.
Yeah. So then I have to go make myself puke. You literally make yourself puke up.
You can drop a
Dehydrates
good
you.
pound doing that.
You make yourself puke all the food you just ate, and it tastes so damn good.
On the
Both
way back
ways.
up.
All the way back up, you literally see the shrimps floating in the toilet.
Still swimming.
Yeah, and the fries and everything all mashed together. Then you'd brush your teeth, and then you'd weigh and see where you were, and then you'd be like 88 and a half. And so then you get your sauna suit on, and we had this wood burning stove in the family room that kept, kind of subsidized the furnace a little bit, So and it was my responsibility to keep that thing stoved up all the time. And the stove itself would get like 800 degrees. Oof. I mean, you had to, when you built these wood burning stoves into your houses up north, you had to build them on like a brick, like you had to build them on a brick platform. Like, you know what I'm saying? You had to brick all around the drywall, and then you had to brick on the wall. I mean, have you ever seen a wood burning stove? You can't just put it, on the linoleum flooring, and then have the floor, the drywall behind it with just the pipe going out. You got to brick it all so it can sustain the heat, because the wood burning stoves, they get like 600-700 degrees.
You got to build like an igloo with the brick.
Yeah, like exactly, and then that radiates heat to your entire house. You get like a little box fan and put it in front of the wood burning stove to see if you could get it to the back part of the house. So I'd have to get in front of the wood burning stove, which was like 600 degrees, and then just jump rope, and then go take off the sauna suit.
And it would pour, literally pour water out.
You'd have to take off the sauna suit in the bathtub.
Yeah.
Take it off. Then you'd try to rinse yourself off. Then you'd weigh yourself, and you'd be 86 and a half
before bed.
And then you're like, okay,
I'm good.
I should be good. You wake up in the morning. Sometimes you'd be like, you didn't quite get down to where you needed to be, and so you would, be skipping rope for 15 or 20 minutes before you went to the high school, or the coach would have you run laps inside the gym. Like you had to get to the high school an hour before the bus left so that the coach could weigh you and determine. Like, so if you're on weight, we would just sit on the bleachers and watch everybody else run.
Is this why wrestling is like a fringe sport, because everything that goes into it? You can just play basketball or football.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much it's a sport that concerns parents, because it really unless you're the heavyweight and you can just weigh as much as you want. I mean, it really taxes young bodies. I mean, it's
so destructive. I agree.
Yeah, it's probably not good for young men that are growing and need the nutrition, and stuff like that, to be cutting weight and making yourself puke and,
Probably instill some bad habits that maybe you keep into your adulthood.
Thank God. I mean, obviously you can see me. I didn't stay bulimic. So, I mean.
You beat it.
You can see that I there you go. There's the new T-shirt. I beat bulimicy. What's it called?
Bulimia?
Bulimia. I beat bulimia.
Yeah, you could do a tour, and you could do talks to people, to young bulimic women.
I'd be like,
It'd be great.
I used to be bulimic when I had to make weight for wrestling, but then after I got into radio.
He talks to a bunch of teenage girls.
And so,
exactly, it's perfect.
So, let me just tell you, teenage girls out there. So don't become real famous.
You guys fan dirt track racing?
You know what got me? You know what got me the fattest? I mean, I went to Indiana State my senior year. From high school, I was like 240. And stayed pretty much 240, 250, got up to like 260, but I was just jacked on Anadrol 50 and,
Nice.
Anavar, Deca, Winstrol, Clenbuterol, Deca Durabella. And by the way, Macho's over there with his pants down right now. He's going Macho's just going crazy on himself. Like, oh, yeah, say Winstrol. Yeah,
Your testicles went to sleep for 2 years.
So anyway, but I mean, I was jacked at 260. I was doing 405 on the incline for sets of 4 and 5.
Jesus.
I was doing I had a 505 bench. Wow. I had a horrible deadlift.
You cracked 500?
Oh yeah.
That's amazing.
I had 500 with collars on, and each collar is 2.5. So, but anyway, guess what? I was horrible on the deadlift because my arms were so short. So I'd have this great bench and pretty good squat. I was on the Indiana State powerlifting team, and when you go to competitions, the 3 events are bench press, deadlift, and squat.
Do you have to do all 3?
Yeah, you got to do all 3. Yeah,
it's a combination of all 3. That's
and
the score.
So I killed in my division, freshman, heavyweight. A lot of times I'd win the bench press part. They had like 3 trophies: bench press champion, deadlift champion, squat champion, then overall champion. They take the scores, your weights. Well, I'd be after I think I had like a 640 squat, something like that. But deadlift I was like 515, and I should have been like the guys in my division that were really good deadlifters. They're 705. Stuff like that. So, I mean, I couldn't make up the difference on the bench.
You sure you just didn't have like a weak-ass lower body, Bubba, and you're blaming it on your short arms?
If I had a weak-ass lower body, I wouldn't have a big squat. I had a big squat.
Well, I mean, we don't have the official records. We're just going by your memory here.
No, I'm just telling you right now, just look at me. Just look at how I'm engineered. I have short arms, a barrel chest, and very powerful legs.
So you're like a quarter horse.
Dan, you've seen me naked.
Yes, I have.
We can determine that with clothes on, but
but
you need to be nude.
Dan can see me, and I have a big barrel chest. I have a very sturdy, somewhat muscular butt and thigh and quad. I mean, Anna, you see
amazing
my
quads
very
and
powerful
butt.
legs.
Nice ass.
I probably have
Great quads. Jesus.
Calves.
And calves too.
But my arms barely go past my waist, and so I mean, and the now, Rhett. I'm sorry, Seth. Maybe you're not familiar with the deadlift, are you?
I'm very familiar with the deadlift, Bubba. I did about 185.
Look, like you start here.
Yeah.
And then you gotta
He knows what.
Sorry,
then you gotta lock it out like that.
No, I got you. But I'm saying, because you're short arm theory, are you saying like a Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't deadlift anything?
No, but what
never.
I'm saying is I just didn't have the leverage to have the more leverage you have, the more weight you can pull in conjunction with being really strong, having big legs, and all that. I had everything that you would need to be a good deadlifter. I had all of it except long arms.
Yeah, but your short arms make your bench better, probably, right?
You couldn't make
It's a
up.
trade-off.
Listen, you could get smoked on the deadlift by $150 and only win bench press by 10 pounds.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, there's big variations on
Right.
deadlift.
Right.
And bench pressing, everyone's closer together.
Right.
I understand, because there's a natural limit.
I'd win at 505 on the bench, but second place would be,
495.
494 and a quarter or something.
Why do you have to do all three?
Because that's the sport.
I thought. Well, I mean, in track, you don't have to run all the races.
Yeah, but that's
not the same.
You do if you did the decathlon.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't know that powerlifting was all about doing all three.
Well, they have squat. They have individual squat.
I see.
Yeah, they have individual competitions, but it's the more prestigious one is the overall competition. And
so you could win none of the individual ones, but you could win the overall.
Yeah, very easy.
Just like
let's say a guy did, I did 505 on the bench and he did 495. So I won that, but I only beat him by 10 pounds.
Sure.
But he deadlifted 715 and I only deadlifted 625.
And someone stuck in with a 720.
Yeah, and then on the squat, he was second in squat. By 10 pounds.
Right.
But he smoked everybody in the deadlift because that's where the biggest disparagement is.
Biggest variance, yeah.
Yeah. So a guy could place second, and win the whole damn thing.
Gotcha.
Right. I didn't think we were going to. Lummy, the diversification of this program.
Unbelievable.
From dirt late model racing, which, please edit out that nonsense. The Mike jostling and the Dan not knowing what he's talking about. To Matt Arroyo, potential show. I'm sorry, his interview we're doing with Matt today, and potentially his fighter that will debut next Saturday on UFC Fight Night, and then in the 9:00 hour we got Matt Riddle. Matt Riddle, most recently from the WWE, got let go from there. Prior to that was a UFC fighter. A good friend of ours, really good friends with Fast Talking Daniel Rose. Matt, when we hung out with Matt Riddle, he was married, had I think 4 children, three kids.
Yeah.
Now 4. Right?
Yep.
Well, he has 4 now.
Yes.
But he got a divorce from that woman. She was a former LSU gymnast. Unbelievable.
And I think she's doing powerlifting or something. Right?
She does.
Was, yeah.
No, she does Olympic lifting, which is
different.
even harder.
Clean and snatch, clean and jerk.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to throw that weight over your head.
Listen, powerlifting's hard. Olympic lifting is next level hard. Like, I mean, the clean and jerk and the snatch. I mean, there's that one, Dan, where you got to take the weight and completely throw it over your head on one motion.
Oh, yeah,
that's the snatch, right?
That's the snatch.
Yeah, I like the snatch.
I could probably, yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, Dan.
Sure, come on, Dan.
I like that. I think it's a better. I think.
Morning Zoo on Z100.
I like watching that more than the clean and jerk because I think it's a more impressive
I know, but
maneuver.
you didn't talk about watching the sport. You just blurted out.
I like the snatch more than the jerk.
As an exercise, not just
as an exercise,
a verb or a noun or
no,
whatever.
The quote was, "I like snatch."
Morning Zoo.
I like snatch.
Lummy, I gotta go.
Have you
to
ever
work.
tried it?
I gotta go. No, I could.
It's like next to impossible.
I could maybe do the bar.
You could do the clean and jerk though. I mean,
can't
in
lift
the
his-
old days, the clean and jerk was something you could actually try to do. But trying to do that maneuver where you like lift it up and get underneath it with your arms extended over your head and then squat it up with the thing, it's an impressive motion. I mean, it's.
And if you went to the gym and you just did that and the clean and jerk, you just did Olympic lifts. That's it. You didn't do curls. You didn't do donkey calf raises. You didn't do, thigh. You just did the clean and jerk and the snatch. That's all you did. You would be jacked up. Like, just because it involves every muscle. Yeah. And coordination and core. I mean, oh my God. So anyway, Lummy, the show went from dirt late models to honest guest to
your wrestling stories.
my wrestling stories.
Throwing up, overcoming bulimia.
Overcoming bulimia, beating bulimia.
Beating
it, yes.
Beating bulimia. To I guess where we are now.
Dance Tuki.
Oh no, to Matt Riddle will be on in the 9 o'clock hour.
Is everything on the table when you talk to Riddle?
What do you mean? Not really.
Oh,
Okay.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com and sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Hello, what's on there laughing about?
I asked.
Don't say it.
Don't say it.
Well, say it, but now you're gonna use it.
Okay, well, I saw the Bubba Army printed microphone socks, screen sock.
What about it?
And I asked her, "I'm supposed to put this on right now?" And she said, "Lummy said yes." And I was about to put it on, and Anna said, "They have a little bit of a strong aroma." And I smelled it, and I
Again,
almost,
being negative. Being
and I
negative.
smelled it, and I gagged.
Won't you come? Here.
See, I got called a pussy.
They'll air out.
They do.
They'll air out. They'll be fine.
No, I'm going to send you some Febreze.
Oh, okay.
Spray it with Febreze. You ready?
Yeah, ready.
I got called a pussy this week for saying it had fumes.
How was it? How was the throw?
It was a good throw. I caught it. I was trying not to use my right arm.
Thank you, Jay Bowler. I know that Jay Bowler's like, that's not okay.
What's not
It
okay?
airs out.
No, when I was
Mine
stroking out
better.
yesterday,
It's alright.
the chat.
It's better, yeah.
CC Hall, they're talking about how they kind of noticed I was dying.
I was like wiping myself.
You went back and watched it.
I went back and watched it. Yeah, well, I wanted to see what it looked like.
Lindemark knocked yourself a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I was pretty happy with that zinger when I came back in. So I.
So fucking funny.
What up, Grouper Lips? What up, Jay Gator?
You double dutched in with a zinger?
I did. Yeah, I was like, man, I'm funny.
Say a double dutch
I
in.
double dutched in with the
Confirm what I was
zinger.
about
I was
to tell you.
really put myself over.
You hot tagged yourself
I
in?
did.
Did you hot tag
I'm
yourself?
not tagged in, baby. Grouper, we were talking about yesterday on the live because I had a bunch of Colorado Rockies cards I was going through.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, how did your break go?
I thought it went well.
And then they
Gator, I got your money, man. Thank you. I thought it went well.
Clean and jerk is.
You know, it wasn't like the most people in there, but everybody was having a good
You
time.
did it on Twitter.
Yeah, that sucks.
Instagram's good for interaction.
One movement.
Because remember Red said nobody would be able to talk to us? It's good. It's just good to talk. It's good to talk to everybody. That's kind of the part of streaming, the connection.
Okay, Lover, you know more than I.
I don't know anything,
Oh
man.
yes, the Ides of March.
Yeah, I woke up and I'm like, oh.
What's up, Gary? What's up,
It's you,
DMS?
Boutte.
When Sophia was born, I wanted her to be born on
Thank
the
you,
15th.
Chuck.
Oh,
and
nice.
Leslie.
I wanted her to be born on the Ides of March.
Yeah,
So,
Grease, it was
I
weird,
my
man.
day.
Yeah.
So pissed. You can breathe in for one more fucking day.
Thank you. Jake Gator said it went great yesterday.
Like 8 o'clock. I just need like 4 more fucking
That
hours.
was it. But so she opted for pie.
What's up, Rudy? Good morning.
Not quite as
cool.
rugged.
Yeah, guys, I did a little break on the Instagram yesterday, the Bubba Army. If you guys check that out, if
That's
you're into
a
it,
cool
if not, all
date.
good.
Yeah.
What's up,
No
Berto?
one even knows what the fuck it means anymore.
I know.
Berto, I meant to ask you yesterday when we were talking about
Julie seems
Ricochet.
to
Are you familiar with his wife?
Okay, let's
Very
see
nice.
here. So on Twitch.
What up, Spencer? All right, I'm going pee-pee.
What's up? Kendall Hill, Stumpy62, 843 Bubba, Caviar Tacos,
Nice. What's
always
up,
a
Gary
pleasure.
Cantrell? I'm gonna stay on YouTube. Plus, Rumble's fucking working.
Give it all. Give it all, Brother Bob.
I apologize for that.
Purple lips. How much for anal?
What's
Good
up,
morning.
Dark Match Steve?
And then on this one, CC, good morning. White Iced Tea, Bob Cook, Gary Cantrell.
What's up,
Rudy.
Cece? Cece Hall's very nice.
Yes, she adds like a nice
Yes, were you the one
mood
that
to the
mentioned
chat.
that?
To the chat.
Yeah.
She keeps the chat.
Very kind.
It's weird.
refreshing.
She almost like creates a different atmosphere.
Yes. A
Like,
different
people-
culture.
Yeah, she's established a new culture.
She's the Tom Brady of the YouTube chat. I appreciate that. What's up, fat pig?
But for some reason, everyone's well behaved when she's around.
You don't want to upset Cece Hall.
Yeah, it's interesting.
White iced tea.
Dirty.
Sunni.
Crazy horse. Sort of never.
Sunni.
No, I can hold that. I just need to, monster. Sure. Thank you. Spencer, good morning. Rudy. Iggy. Never. What's up, Mindy Mark? This is my hope.
Well, you're on call 24/7. Thank you.
What's up, Yinzer?
Mummy's got a 24-hour-a-day job with this gig.
Take care of your, what is it called, Yinzer?
Good morning.
The technical term for tennis elbow? And
What's up, Chub It Up Spice?
Ruggish.
elbow. Epicondyle.
Epicondylitis.
Yeah, someone said that to me. I didn't know what that fuck that meant, so I looked up. It says tennis elbow.
Yeah, some of these cameras do that. I have a camera at home that's actually pretty good, but it loses focus time to time.
Good morning.
What up, Nick the Gun Guy? Thanks for popping by for the live today.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
My food review of the new Kentucky Fried Chicken Chizza. It's pretty damn good. High. What do you get, a 9.2? 9.1?
Yeah, I think you did a 9-1.
Well, that's spoiled.
Was it 9-2?
What do you mean is it
Brett
spoiled?
says 9-2.
I thought we all hang on for what the final number's going to be when we're watching it.
Shut up. You're irritating me today.
I haven't even done anything.
I know.
Okay, sorry, sir. Can I tell you, I didn't watch the video, but I read the comments. I have never seen anything that that we have put out content-wise that has been 100% positive, like the food review comments were yesterday.
Oh, well, I didn't even go into the comments.
Oh, dude, people. I mean, I didn't know how much people loved it before. I haven't really watched any episodes.
Do
but
they like it?
People acted like Game of Thrones was coming back. Yeah, they were.
A lot of fire emojis.
They got jacked. It's like people were going crazy. I couldn't find one bad comment.
No, they're all good.
All right, so let me see. I'm looking at them. The food reviews are back, baby. Let's go, Gary Cantrell. Thank you for actually ordering it as it's designed and not adding or subtracting toppings. I'll put no worries on that one because if you respond, then you get a better algorithm. Did you know that?
Oh, yes, sir.
Interaction.
What's
It's laugh out loud.
Oh, okay. So sorry, I'm stupid. Love that dog sitting there smiling after the fries. I like it when Bubba and Bella slobber meat together. Your food reviews are back. It's the face rubbing at the end that gets me every time. I could watch Bubba all day just organically. Loved it. No squeaky toy in the back with Bella threw me off. You're right. We didn't bring the squeaky toy. I'll have to try another review. I'll have to try this after the review. Look at the reviews, Bubba. Glad that you're back. I'm glad that you like. I like when they give you the automatic responses like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, Seth, thank you for the analogy being that it looked like the Game of Thrones. Well, Yellowstone was coming back.
I mean, the crowd's going wild, Bubba.
Yeah. Go to our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army. And find my review of the new Kentucky Fried Chicken Chizza.
Do you ever do one with like a partner, a buddy, a celebrity, or anything like that?
You went with Alex.
I don't.
You do them solo?
I mean, that would require me for me to know a celebrity. Like, who am I going to do it with?
Well, I'm here.
Oh, okay. So, are you trying to?
I'm more like the buddy part of the scenario.
Why don't you just throw? Be a little less nonchalant about it and just be like usually the Seth Johnny blurt in.
Okay. Well,
hey, Sponjo, would you mind if I came around, and did one with you?
Well, I didn't want
to
Could
always use a free lunch, Sponjo.
I didn't want to knock down the door on your big time series that just made a comeback. But I mean, I saw the numbers and I got to get in on it, Bubba.
Okay. Well, now, but I don't know that you and I have the same,
No, we'll get a smoothie, right?
We can get a smoothie.
Smoothie? Like kale in it and stuff?
No.
He's going to get some barbecue ribs,
Here's
man.
the deal. If you're gonna be my partner,
it's meat only.
If you're gonna be my partner in the food review, then you're going to review the food that I'm reviewing. We're not getting two, one for me and then something different for you.
Well, why don't I just get something to eat and then I'll just tag along with you and then I can just be your buddy.
No.
You want to be merch Craig?
If you're going to be on, listen, if you're going to be on my food review, you're going to be on camera participating in said review with said food.
Are you going to share
just
fries?
Bum a free lunch.
Yeah.
Are you going to share fries with Seth like you do with Bella?
That's a requirement now, actually. As the video editor.
I gotta tell you, if we would do that, we would smash the internet.
Hell yeah.
Right.
Bubba and Seth, Lady and the Tramp, a Wendy's long fry.
I mean, Bubba, I'd be willing to do it if you think the shore could really go viral. I mean, like the funny car ran from this morning. What?
The funny car rant.
Exactly. He is such a dick.
What you?
I'm just surrounded by cynical dickness.
No, I kept
like the funny car rant for this morning. Although funny for you, but hurtful for me. Have you ever thought about that? What I find important to say on my show, because it's my show, and just because you don't like it, you now have to take a shiz on it when it's my show. Do you ever think about whose show it is?
You're talking directly to me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Well, that's why I waited 54 minutes after, just kind of
let it cool down a little bit.
I thought enough time had passed.
Did you write that zinger down? Funny car talk?
I didn't.
It's not. By the way, it wasn't funny car talk. It was dirt late model talk. But funny car talk is funnier because you don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't know what I was listening to, so I wouldn't know what I was talking about. But I didn't mean to offend.
I did open up by saying that probably 99% of the people that I'm talking to don't know what I'm talking about. It's a very niche crowd, and I'm in that crowd because I own a dirt track. Hudson O'Neal has one at my track. Hudson O'Neal's a good friend of mine. Mark Richards is a good friend of mine, and it's the biggest news in dirt late model racing right now.
Have you reached out to him directly?
Who?
Hudson.
I'm going to today.
Okay.
I reached out to Mark yesterday and got a response, and I'm going to reach out to Hud today. Sumo texted me and gave me his spin on things, and I got it. You have to understand.
Do you trust anything he says?
No, hold on.
That wasn't funny.
Sumo is best friends with Hudson O'Neal's father, Don.
Really?
They're best friends. So I would think that Sumo might have what really happened. He texted me what happened. I don't think I'm at liberty to read that text because I think it's the truth, and it's it just doesn't put a good light on any of the situation.
So keep it private.
I mean, it happened. They broke up. It's official. They broke up. I'm not going to get into the soap opera as to why they broke up.
Let's look forward, not backwards.
But I do like me some Bernie Sanders.
Think of the
it happened. They broke up. Where the hell is that? They broke up. Okay, hold on. I'm not going to get into the soap opera as to why they broke up.
Let's look forward, not backwards.
But I do like me some Bernie Sanders. Thank you.
Think of the views.
What do you mean?
If you read the text?
Yeah, I mean, if you got into it, from a journalistic perspective, if you've got inside sources.
I do.
Here's the real story on why Hudson O'Neal and Rocket Racing have parted ways.
Separate short.
We got something that other people don't.
Boy, but
all the best journalists I know say, I know something you don't.
It would be huge. Here is the real reason.
Man, that was easy.
Oh, man.
Here is the real reason why Mark Richards and Rocket Racing and Hudson O'Neal parted ways. Here's the real reason. Bam! And I read my text.
You're not reading it? Oh, you just what a tease.
Not even a tip.
Here's please help me make the decision. I am good friends with both people. I'm good friends with Hudson, and I'm good friends with Mark. And it's going to make it's like it's not favorable for one of them.
Well, unfortunately, you've now revealed your source, which could kind of prevent a CYA in this situation.
Are you talking AI or something?
No, I'm saying that you've already revealed the source of the text message and you've already revealed the source of the text and the information that you have. So if you report it, people are automatically going to know where it came from.
Right.
If you didn't reveal your source and you reported it, nobody would care.
Well, but I screwed myself now, didn't I?
I didn't say it.
Well, I know. I'm just saying I did. And maybe I screwed myself on purpose because, I mean, although I'd love to have the views and I'd love to have the viralness and I'd love to have, I don't want to be in the middle of this particular situation because they're both friends of mine. And yes, you know what? I'll sacrifice some views.
Ooh,
and
integrity looks good on you.
And I'll sacrifice that for the integrity of my friendships. I'm so close to both that I don't feel I need to be involved at all.
And that's more than reasonable.
What's that? What's that, Dan?
You'll be like Switzerland, stay neutral.
Yep. I reported what I reported, which is, what I reported this morning is out there.
Yes.
I just kind of shined it up and kind of made it a quickie for you because we're going to make it a short today. So I want to, and it's the biggest news in dirt late model history. It might be the biggest news in it might be the biggest news in dirt late model history. And so now Rhett is making me a nice little short, and we'll get that out on X and Insta and, Twitter and Facebook and YouTube's and everything and TikTok and everything. Will we not, Lummy?
Yes, he will.
Now, speaking of which, Lummy, I think we probably need to I've had to eat with everybody, I think.
Yeah, we have a staff meeting today after the show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we do have a staff meeting today after the show.
Surprise.
Who said
we knew about it.
Who said surprise?
I did.
What are you saying, that the meeting is a surprise, or you already know everything I'm going to talk about?
No, it was Nothing.
Now it's Rhett's
It's
turn.
not going to be worth it for me to break it all down.
No. I mean,
it was your reaction. You said, "Oh yeah, we do have a staff meeting today." So I said, "Surprise," because I felt like you forgot.
Yeah. No. I didn't forget, but I just wasn't going to bring it up. But whatever. Yes. No
Sorry.
problem. No problem. So anyway, Lummy's in here this morning, and at 5:30, we Seth, Rhett, Macho Man, Lummy, and the Wiener Dog sit in here and kind of pontificate what potentially might be our clickbait, or what we label our show as. Some ideas that we're working on, some promotions that we're working on. Macho Man got ripped off 3 microphones from this that we're working on getting. We're gonna tracking those down. What we're doing with the building, how the podcasting world is developing. I found out this morning that I ordered these really expensive lights, but when you order the lights, there's no light bulbs that come in, so we got to order light bulbs. So just we just have like a meeting about and also we also have a meeting about moving forward, things that we may do down the road and things like that. Oh, Lummy, did you call Bad Touch, Jeff?
Yes, he did. He's
from,
checking on what he has inventory wise.
Yeah, because I'm trying to tie all that together.
Yeah.
What generator company does he work for?
Generac.
Oh, he works for. You mean Generac?
Generac, sorry.
He works for.
Well, they're their main sales.
So he's works for a company that they carry Generac.
Correct.
Right. What kind? What kind do you got? That little one that I gave.
The Generac.
Is that a little Generac?
Yes.
Oh, it was so smooth and so not very loud, and God, it was the best. It's exactly what I need.
Yeah, he's looking to see if he has those in inventory.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give him all types of organic mentions. I need one of those so very bad.
No problem.
Generac seems to be like the gold standard in generators.
They
kind of
are, yeah.
That's what Jay got in his house, a Generac system.
And they installed it.
Is that company?
Yeah.
Oh, they did?
Yes, they did.
So they're good. Jay was
and
happy.
they're installing another one at your brother's house. Your other brother.
Steven?
Yep.
The new one?
Yep.
Yeah, you're the only one that's not. You're the only one that doesn't have a Generac.
I don't lose power.
Okay.
That's the reason Steven didn't have it at the house across the street, because we're right by the base. We
I gotta tell you,
never
man,
lose power.
And I think it's harder to wire up a house for a generator once the house is already built.
Oh, definitely.
Rather than pre-construction. And if you're doing pre-construction right now, where the electricians, Lummy, can run all the lines, and I think what is it? They have a switch.
Yeah, they install the switch usually in the garage area.
Right, but I mean, if you're installing that switch when the house is being built, I think it's way less of a problem. So if you're in new house construction right now, you need to
in Florida.
It's probably going to cost you $7,500 to $10,000. But I mean,
cheap compared to the inconvenience of being stuck in Florida in the summer with no air conditioning for 36 to 60 hours.
How cool would it be, man? You're the guy. The entire block has no power, and it doesn't look like they're going to get any power for about 4 or 5 days. And man, you're over there in your air watching TV, internet working,
EDM concert.
Hell yeah. Be like, yeah, bitches. I was responsible enough to put a Generac in there.
Yeah.
And by the way, the company's Generator Supercenter of Tampa Bay. So
there we go, Generator Supercenter of Tampa Bay. So Lummy's in here during this pre-meeting, as he has been in here for a long time, and Lummy starts telling me, Rhett and Seth and Macho witnessed this. I don't think Macho was gone.
Yeah, Macho left. This is toward the end after I got yelled
Macho
at twice.
is in and out all the time, and so I think Rhett and Seth and Lummy witnessed me kind of having a mini meltdown on Lummy. You guys are pitching me ideas, and I have to either think that they're a good idea and we proceed forward, or it's something that we don't need to do. Or in your case, initially I thought it was stupid. And I think Seth was a little troubled just by how hard I was on Lummy.
Well, I thought as soon as Lummy started, just from the jump, before he even got to the good part, I thought it sounded all around awesome. So Yeah.
Oh, is that you? That's where you're going? You little fence jumping bitch.
What side of the fence?
Because
I like the idea.
early on, the way Lummy explained, here's the problem. What we're talking about.
He said it percentage of the door.
Lummy has a really, really good sense of what I may or may not want to do on my show, or how I think, or what I might like or not like. Lummy has Lummy has a very good sense.
Yes.
But Lummy has some type of auditory like processing disorder.
Heavy tongue.
Yeah, he's got a
doctor prescribed.
Yes, by
doctor
Dr. Dan.
prescribed heavy tongue, which I don't know what that does to your brain pattern, but maybe it interrupts that too. Where you cannot, he may have the greatest idea, but the way that he explained it to me made it sound like the dumbest, stupidest thing we could ever do that would require a lot of manpower with no payoff. And
don't you speak Lummy though? Like I feel like Lummy.
So Lummy's like, I just want to let you know, there's this wrestling promotion, and it goes like into high schools and stuff.
I didn't say high schools. Hold on, Bubba. I'm call you out. You yelled at me twice. Bubba, you yelled at me twice when I walked in. So then when I'm super nervous.
What I yell at you the first time?
For Aaron Rodgers, when I walked in, I said, "Hey, I just heard that there's an Aaron Rodgers audio." Oh, I don't have it. Why don't I have it? I'm like, I just heard it 5 minutes ago. Well, how am I supposed to know? And you came at me, and I'm like, I just because you guys were talking about it.
You know what you say at that point? I'll get it to you.
I did. And
no,
you
didn't.
Yes, I did.
I just had it 5 minutes ago. Blah, blah, blah.
I said I just heard it.
Just say, calm down, big boy. I'm getting it to you. That's all you got to say.
I did.
You got to say, calm down. I'm getting it to you before the show.
All I said was because you guys were talking about it.
By the way, did you get it to me yet?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm saying.
Calm down, big boy.
I'm just telling you right now, I'm going to click on my deal, and it better be there. And if it's not, it's not there. It's not there.
I emailed it to you like you asked me to.
No. Now it's thinking. It's thinking. Steph, come look at this. I want you to look at my IM. Come here quickly. Before you just missed it. What time did this come in?
What time?
That one came in now.
7:06.
How much?
7:06.
7:06.
That one came in now.
So where's Aaron Rodgers audio that you told me at 5:35?
Well, 99% of the time, I have it pulled up, ready to go, timestamp, and when you go into it, I send it to you then because it gets lost. Just like when Dr. Dan sends me things, he said, "Do you want me to send it now to Bubba, or do you want me to wait?" And you always say, "Wait till we get into it," because it gets lost in the messenger. I have it pulled up. I have the time ready to go.
But I mean, I think I pretty much just kind of validated why I was mad because
you
didn't even have it. You didn't have it for me. You didn't even have it for me now until I asked.
But I haven't.
And you told me during the meeting that you'd have it for me, lover.
I do.
Just trying to be honest.
Hold on. I have the time. It's a 40-minute clip. I have it. I have the exact time when the stuff comes up.
What's the exact time?
It should be right on there when you click on it. But
no. What you said you had the exact time because it's a 40-minute clip.
Yeah.
Where's you just said to me?
8:15 it starts right around there. So the Aaron Rodgers talk. So. Because I already had it pulled up, ready to go. I was waiting for you to get in Aaron Rodgers. All I was saying was, so right then and there, and then I think we talked about one other thing, and you kind of just, kind of looked at me like I was a moron. So the wrestling thing, it was me not sending you the prep. I emailed it to you 2 days ago. You're like, I like papers. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, I had it emailed to you so you could watch it.
Lummy, you worked with me for how long? And you know that when you're prepping me for a guest, even Anna knows because she has her papers ready to go, that you have to print it for me. The prep that you're going to give me as part of a guest package, the Matt Riddle information I may need to know. You email it to me, but you also, as Anna did, is you print it for me.
I understand. I haven't print, Bubba. That's what the point of the meeting was to go over the stuff that was sent.
I don't have. And you didn't print nothing for me.
It's right here. It's my hand. I didn't want to bother you during the meeting because I go back in the first segment.
Hold on, buddy. It's right here. It's right here. That's not in front.
I understand, but Bubba,
how am I supposed to know that you have that printed over there?
I understand.
And you're going to hand to me.
Hold
on. I mean, did you ever have that conversation with me? Did you ever say, Bubba, I have it printed and I'll give it to you momentarily? Did you ever say that?
No.
Okay. So when you say, I don't know that you have it, bud.
I understand, but when you said I need prep on them, I said I emailed it to you 2 days ago, and then I started just going over some points for you, and they're like, "Well, did you put that in the email?" I'm like, "I just found out about this stuff. I'm giving you kind of some information, and you were getting mad at me." So then my butthole literally was like,
puckered? You got duck lips?
Hold on now. I mean, I'm buying what you're laying down until you bring the butthole in it.
But I am. I'm sitting there, and if you notice, I didn't bring up the wrestling thing.
I'm dancing with you until you get you now you got
That's
me
all
for,
about the BH.
for butthole.
Well, but if you look, Rhett was ready to leave, and I was like, whoa, because I was feeling the whole
because Rhett knew that you were completely describing it.
No, he didn't leave yet.
horribly.
I had to bring it up because even Rhett and I talked about it yesterday because Rhett was going to come out and film things and I wanted to make sure Rhett was on board with wanting to come out and watch it and video. I was trying to have all the ducks in a row, trying to get everything lined up before I brought it to you because I've already known and been talking about this all week.
As you brought it up to me, you brought it up to me in the dumbest way ever.
Hey, Bubba, there's a
You know,
wrestling event in Orlando. They'll pay us for tickets and we can sell merch there. Nope. Okay. After I was yelled at twice,
I
so
said,
it was like strike three.
Hold on. Then
you
I
said strike one,
then I
strike
said,
two,
then I
and
said,
strike three.
Then I said,
get out.
Then I said, my first question is it NXT? And you
no,
go, no.
That is,
You said it ain't no NXT.
Yeah, I played the fifth.
Strike three, out. And then Rhett was like, he's going to be in it, though.
When you tell me there's a wrestling promotion out of Orlando that wants to get into ticket sales with us and
pay us money
and also have merchandising, I in my brain have to think about what is that going to equate to real dollars wise, and the amount of energy and radio real estate time I have to give said promotion to make it worth making it a big radio thing and encouraging listeners to go buy tickets to watch this event. And you told me that it wasn't NXT, so I know that it's probably a lower tier wrestling federation. And I'm thinking, okay, I sell 10, 15 T-shirts. I make $300-400 on the door. Is it really worth $600 or $700 to have to promote this incessantly for the next 3 weeks? No, it probably is not as a business worth it. So pass. You did not say. So that's my reasoning. And listen, nobody's got more radio experience in this room than me, and I think I just walked you through why I said no. Because I think the brand is bigger than that. I think the brand is bigger than me begging you to go out to some wrestling thing that I don't know about that's not NXT. And I'm going to get a percentage of the door, and I'm going to be able to sell T-shirts. I mean, I think our listeners support us, well enough that we don't need to be shaking them down for that. So I make a decision and say no, not interested. Because as I'm weighing those options, how much time I got to talk about it? How much time does that take me from talking about other things? And so, is it very entertaining? No, it doesn't sound very entertaining as content. So never. And Seth, you can be the mutual honest judge here, and Rhett, you too. Never, ever was the option that Lummy was going to be in the ring wrestling as part of this promotion. That was never brought up to me. The only thing that was brought up to me was there's a small wrestling federation that wants to get into a ticket gimmick that wants to let you sell.
No, done.
Never did anybody say to nobody.
I didn't have time.
Nobody. It's a yes or no. Hold on. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question. At any time prior to that, did anybody say the word "Lummy in the ring" content?
No.
I'm sorry. No, hold on. I'm sorry. What's that, Lummy?
And the 20-second of trying to even get it out, I was told no. So I had strike three already on the meeting.
Lummy, can I give you a suggestion in life?
Sure.
And certainly with dealing with Bubba.
Yep.
When you talk to Bubba, treat it like a newspaper article, not like a book. A book holds the payoff to the end. A newspaper article gives you all the important stuff in the first paragraph.
Well, Dr. Dan, I brought up the money aspect first before they said, hey, I'm going to go make an appearance on a wrestling thing.
You're saying, no.
I understand.
You making an appearance on a wrestling thing far excites me more than the smattering of a few $300 or $400 or $500 I'm going to get for having to promote an event for 3 weeks. No, you, on the other hand, being in the ring, they're taping it and them doing something with you, high spot wise, that excites me. That excites me a lot. That was never brought to me. I'm just trying to be intellectually honest, guys, as to why I was so stiff.
You are not incorrect that should have been mentioned earlier. It should have been mentioned first. It should have been the hook that got you interested in the first place.
Right.
But I will say, respectfully, with all due respect, Lummy was maybe 5 to 10 seconds into giving you his spiel, and you already had your mind made up.
Nope.
Okay.
At second 11, I'm telling you right now, if at second 11,
breaking down the video.
If second 11, I 1 through 10, I'm nope, I'm the biggest dick ever. But at second 11, Lummy goes, I'm just telling you, I'm going to be the heavyweight champion. Second 12 would have been. Second 12 would have been what?
It was my last-ditch effort to get you to change your mind because I knew it would be good content. I knew it was good for the show. We've been talking lately.
It should have been your opening act.
Well, it wasn't my deal to sit there and tell you about. I just wanted to support Lummy because I could tell he was crashing and burning. I had to go set up the show.
Lummy was full-blown, nose to the ground, headed for the Twin Towers.
Well, I think he was surprised that you were against it because I think he said, like, merch sales, percentage of the gate, they were going to put Lummy over.
Listen, you were shutting it all down.
Are at it again. Listen, guys, Seth, you have to take, you can't be... you can't sit here. You have to put in a little bit of integrity into the brand. What is the brand worth? And
I know. I just got excited. It sounded like a good deal.
The $200 or $300 that I'd make in ticket sales. One, how do I forensically account that? Dan, now you as a businessman might be able to understand where I'm coming from. One, how do I forensically account that? Do I have to have somebody at the door to count tickets?
Counting tickets and counting cups and counting T-shirts and monitoring it.
Right. I mean,
it's a pain in the ass.
I don't know that I have that ability.
But again, the mistake was the payoff should have been the first sentence.
They give you a promo code Bubba, and whatever the ticket sales that come out, promo code Bubba would be what you would make.
Okay, that's fine.
I understand.
I could care less about any of that. All I needed to know was, and by the way, for everybody that thinks I'm for this.
Yeah.
No. I mean, no. Hold on.
Okay.
Listen. And I told the guys, hey, you know what? I'm wrong, and I'm sorry for being such a dick. You guys did not. Rat, what?
Nothing.
No. Speak up.
Nothing.
Speak up.
I don't. Rat might have missed the I'm sorry part.
I mean,
He did. He was out. He was
all right. Did I not say that? Did I not say I'm sorry? I was wrong on that. I wish you would have opened up with you were wrestling and we're going to get content of it. I was wrong.
Yes, I
said
wrong.
that. Maybe Rat wasn't in here.
He wasn't.
But
I wasn't. I'm sorry.
But I said that. I said, you know what? I got. If that's what you're doing, and that's the angle that you're shooting with this, yeah, absolutely. Seth, did I not say that?
Bubba, I feel like an apology from you would really stand out, but if Lummy said...
I did. I said it already.
I know.
Bubba
He's saying it again.
Bubba said it.
Yeah, he said it. I got to get Lummy out of this. Because
I mean, Bubba said it. I mean, that's why I said, I was nervous bringing it up. I mentioned it the wrong way. I should have brought out that I was going to be part of it. I should have led with that because I understand that Bubba thinks that there's going to be a lot of infrastructure, but I would pretty much be the one handling and be there representing the show, so Bubba didn't have to, job out the brand. Plus, I went and saw the stuff.
Don't job out the brand. And your initial explanation to me was jobbing out the brand. When you then said that one of my biggest brands one of my biggest personalities within my brand, the part of this promotion is you wrestling and being part of a high spot that Rhett can capture as content. Now I'm excited. That's not jobbing out the brand.
And Seth's going to run in with the chair
Let's
shot.
not get so excited about $300 or $400 of ticket sales and $82 worth of T-shirts. Let's worry about what the integrity of the brand.
I'm sorry, I was trying to bait Seth in, so I figured I could get him excited by hearing the money part.
You got me in, Lummy.
See?
Whoa.
You got me.
Now you're going to pitch ideas to me with baiting Seth first?
Oh,
You're getting yourself even further down your stupid highway.
No, Lummy. No, I know what Lummy's saying.
He literally sits between us in the morning meetings now. How can he not pitch something and not pitch it to Seth?
I just thought money, Seth in.
Don't pitch
Bubba
Seth
in.
for nothing.
All right.
Seth can chime in on your idea. Don't pitch Seth. You guys can sit there and pitch each other. But when you're pitching me, don't think that you got to do a sidebar with Seth, bitch. I'm the judge and the jury. Mother effer.
Well, I knew it. Just like you shot it down, as soon as Lummy started talking, I was like, man, this would be great content. This sounds awesome. Then Lummy said percentage of the gate, $82 worth of merch sales. Lummy's going to be Matt Riddle's like chauffeur. Lummy's going to go over clean in the middle. Everything. It was a one-way deal for us.
Hold
it sounded
on.
like.
Did anybody? Because I will call you a effing liar. Did anybody say the words, Lummy is going to work with Matt Riddle and go over clean in the middle? Were those words ever uttered to me?
I think Seth might be paraphrasing.
Yeah, I did say Riddle would be.
No,
doing
if you said that to me,
I did.
I couldn't have co-signed faster.
I did, and I also said there'd be NXT guys there, and it's a way to maybe break into a bigger forum.
He did say that. He said that he'd be involved with Riddle. I mean, it's pretty much your own storyline.
You know what? Guess what? I want to do it, okay?
I know.
I want to do it, okay?
I'm sorry, Bubba.
I'm just saying. I want to do it. I want to do it. But this is like, Jesus, God.
Great job, Lummy.
Having a meeting with you, Lummy, is like, I mean, you gotta reverse engineer the meeting in order to get to what you're trying to tell you.
Well, Dr. Dan gave me some good advice.
Dan, can you imagine if a nurse came up, if a nurse came up to you and was talking reverse technology of you? Instead of, I don't know.
During surgery?
Yeah. Shut up. Get out of here. You're annoying me.
I can't say that to Lummy. It's actually Lummy. I support. I support your idea, and you should continue to move forward on that particular promotion.
I apologize for the way I explained it.
Count me in on being involved in it and wanting to do it for our brand.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I was overly or I was too jumpy on the nose and the stiffness, because had you just got to what the high spot is faster, I wouldn't have. I'm just ready. I'm here. Listen, I'm here juggling a lot of balls.
Uncle Eric, 50 on the cash app.
I'm looking at news stories. I'm lining up what I'm going to talk about today. There's all kind. I got 2 guests today. One of which, don't forget, you got to print that out for me now.
I'll bring it up to you this break.
I thought you had it over there.
I do.
You literally have right there. You could show Dan on paper.
I see it.
I see it.
All right.
I didn't want to bring it up between the breaks. Last break.
You were getting fruited.
Okay. Yes, sorry.
All right, so
it's my fault. I apologize for everything this morning.
No, I apologize. I insist.
Hug it out.
I'm sorry, Bubba.
I'm not hugging it out, but I insist. I insist that I take full heat for this.
I take full heat.
And I just would ask you to stop worrying about making a percentage of ticket sales and worry about the potential content that we could get with you being Matt Riddle's tag team valet, get involved in a high spot in the middle with Matt Riddle. That excites me. I want to participate in that. I'm sorry if I was heavy-handed early on with you, my friend. I know that you're on the spectrum and you don't take negative stuff.
No, Bubba,
Yes, this is a daily telethon. We gotta keep the lights on somehow. So don't forget PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. All at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
We'll be back after this.
Can you look me in the eye?
Yes, I'm sorry, Bubba.
Where's the question you said?
Well, that's all the information. I mean, because you already know about all the. So I figured you
Does it damage the brand if I participate in this? No.
You do a run-in, do a chair smash to the
Yeah.
head
Yeah.
to protect the heel.
We'll get Don. Who's the midday guy? Florida
Don
Radio?
Miller.
Don Miller.
Shannon Burke rides up in his motorcycle.
I had an idea that I fucking that Shannon Burke for manning up Kush or whatever the fuck it's called. I ride a fucking motorcycle with Shannon Burke on the back. Dude, so many Tirico Brothers references during that segment. I love them.
Yeah, the Tirico brothers. Yeah.
The Tirico Brothers are at it again. They are doing this promotion.
The Tirico brothers have done it again.
They did offer 4% of the door. Lummy made it 8.
2% for Seth.
You said it's in, thanks, Scratch. You said it's in Orlando. It's in Orlando, Lummy?
Well, the first one I'd probably do would be in Tampa.
Okay, all right.
Oh, that's even better.
First one's what? I'm sorry, what?
Would be in Tampa.
It's like a 2-night deal, Bubba. They're going to continue the storyline through a couple of cities.
Actually, that's, yeah.
Lummy's doing the southwest territory right now.
I'm working.
Looks like I've handed my wrestling torch over to Lummy, huh?
We got to get him a nice little singlet.
I can wear your boots, Bubba.
They're not the right size,
You
Lummy.
should wear that singlet I have that makes you look like you have a
Oh, listen, my mom is cleaning out all of Jeff's stuff, and he has like some really nice golf shirts, and like from what's that place in San Diego? Pebble Beach.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got some really nice golf shirts and then some really nice 3X. I think you and him kind of wore the same size. Dress shorts and more. Would you want to look at this? My mom's going to donate it to.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I mean, he's got some pretty nice golf polos and.
Yeah, the problem with that when I talked to Jeff, is he was tall too, is that we had the same problem. It's hard finding shirts.
He would get 3X extra tall.
Exactly, we had problems finding.
So what I'm
shirts.
saying is, do you want me to get this stuff and for you to look at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because do you really want it, or are you just trying to fucking glad hand me?
No, 100%.
Okay.
This. Oh, well, I mean, next week.
Yeah. Are you coming? Rodgers Berkeley, DJ. Oh, come on. Don't be an honor.
Not being an honor.
What you doing, Lummy?
He's kind of being like Anna,
I was
complaining
just
about
fucking
the
defending
smell
your
of.
dumb ass, dude. Fuck off.
Hold on. Because I said you're being like an Anna?
Hold on.
I was just.
No, because he's telling me the truth, and you gotta get heat with him. He's just telling me the truth. You're being a little bitch about the fucking smell. Don't be mad at Lummy.
I'm not mad at Lummy.
I mean, Dr. Dan, you're a man's man.
I'm not mad at Lummy.
You better not be mad at Lummy, motherfucker.
I like
Did you put Febreze on it?
inside.
I mean, do you finally believe that they smelled Bubba now that doctors told you they do? Since we were all bitches.
You shut the fuck up.
Dude, I'm coming in here, man, on a Friday feeling, dude, and you got like a Monday vibe to you.
I have to deal with a bunch of orangutans vibes
Yeah,
around
dude,
here.
we're done at 10 today, man. Like, it's a weekend, dude.
No, but
what do you gotta do? You don't have to go to the track.
You
don't have to go for you don't have to go water the track. Just enjoy your life.
I'll put it back here. So that can just be the case.
No, but
You got hot dogs in there?
oh man, ain't nothing fucking root beer.
You think root beer's going out of style?
IBC?
Shut
Yeah,
up,
you know
fucking
me.
Seth. Idiot.
Whatever, dude. Look at my psoriasis.
Oh my word. What the hell is going the fuck on?
I know, Jay Gator. I'm thinking that connecting the dots that the Bears are trading all their picks right now because they're going to get a reload on the Washington deal.
That's right.
Your wife made Rick. What the fuck, Berto? Yeah, I like his wife. His wife Samantha. She's a talented gal. Great voice. I zipped up the head of my wee wee one time.
Okay.
We got Pippi stroke out a question.
My uncle did that too.
What's up, Ellen Close? How you doing, man?
Michael Boulard. I could give you a little flex.
I know Bray Wyatt was a good dude. And a good
I gotta
family.
be sweating that last 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
My balls are sweating.
Uh-oh. Oh, dear. That's one pass.
Huh?
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
PayPal and Cash App, they took our Venmo away. They were supposed to email me in one day. It's been 3.
Did you ever call the number that Lummy said he found for you?
Did Lummy send it to me?
Yes, I did. I texted to you.
You did?
Yes. Sorry.
I'll call today. Seth was right. It's Friday. I don't have a show after here. We got a staff meeting. And then Anna Hummel takes over for a little bit. And then we're done.
That's it.
Am I a little prickish today?
No. Big boy.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, am I a little prickish or am I handling business on the air that sometimes are behind the scenes of our business is not, necessarily that funny or sexy or compelling. It's a little abrasive.
You seem like something's got you in a bad mood.
No, not at all.
I think you're showing very astute leadership skills.
That's
how I see it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look at her. Wait, where are my sound effects for her? Poor little thing doesn't ever get one.
Give you a tissue to wipe off your nose.
Dan, shut up. Just because something doesn't go your way, you automatically get heat with it, you little baby.
I'm not getting heat with anything.
I'll tell you right now. During the hot mic, I asked Lummy a question that involved an answer involving you, and you didn't like the answer that he truthfully gave me, and so you start getting heat with him. Are you are you unwhistleblowerable?
I'm unwhistleblowerable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like our other employees, they don't have the ability to tell me when I directly ask them something about you, and they tell the truth, and it may not be necessarily a pro you. You now instantaneously get heat with them and be mean to them.
He was embellishing.
Lummy, was he not mean to you? Lummy, when I asked you the question, because when he was bitching...
Be honest, Lummy.
Did he hurt you, Lummy?
As you always are.
Lummy, put 3 fingers up right now as a goddamn Scout's honor and being part of the Bubba Boy Scout crew. And you tell me that when I asked you a question, Lummy, what's Dan bitching about? That he instantaneously, when you told me the truth, got heat with you. Looked at you mean, cussed you out. Hold on, Yards. Put your 3 fingers up and tell the truth.
He intimidated me and made me feel like a piece of crap for telling on him.
And all you were doing was answering a question that I asked you honestly, right?
Yes, sir.
It's like, Lummy, what's Dan's down here saying? Man, these things really do smell. Oh my God.
See, we told you, Bubba.
They're gonna smell. They just got made.
I'm so glad Dan agrees.
They're gonna smell. They just got made.
It's just toxic.
What a bunch of snowflake and pusses. The last person that I thought would be on the snowflake and puss list was rugged-ass Dr. Dan. Guy can run 26 miles, bike 120, and swim 3, and then smoke a Marlboro on the way home.
Goddamn right.
God bless America.
And I'm going to tell you this. When he did the Iron Man, he's such a stud. There's a bunch of dudes that can do the event and smoke a Marlboro on the way home. There's not a bunch of dudes that can IV yourself with a saline bag to get your insulin, your whatever,
electrolytes.
your electrolyte back. So he gives himself an IV.
Oh, that's awesome.
hangs the drip bag up on the oh crap bar of his Ferrari and is driving home with electrolytes, smoking a Camel after competing in an Ironman.
Yep.
That man, that's the guy I'm talking about. That guy ain't a snowflake. That guy doesn't bitch about the little bit of manufacturing smell that we have on the microphone, the windscreens, that the logo, the Bubba Army logo looks. Anna, you need to adjust yours. Yours is a little low. If you could just maybe adjust it. But Dan, yours is perfect looking.
Well, you said
Seth, you're working yours pretty damn good. I didn't think that guy that could run his own IV, that could crush what is it called, an Ironman, would worry about some little manufacturing smell on his windscreen, you little bitch.
It's getting better.
That's all I said, Bubba, was when he started complaining about it, I go, Dr. Den, you're a real man. Are you really pulling an Anna?
Yeah, exactly.
And he got mad.
So I heard, I'm up here preparing, and all I hear is Lummy's fat tongue saying, Dan, are you pulling an Anna? Well, then at that point, because I'm like the father around here, I hear something like, what are you guys up to? I go, Lummy, what's going on down there? Why is Dan pulling an Anna? Then Lummy goes, because he thinks that the microphones smell. And then Dan turns around to him and said, you mother effer, telling on me like that. And that was kind of how it went, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So Dan, quit trying to intimidate employees on. You are whistleblower role.
I understand that. I just don't like being called like pulling an Anna.
I'm sorry, you
It
were.
hit a button. It hit a button.
Hey Dan, guess what?
It hit a button.
Dan, guess what?
Yes.
Newsflash. Guess who else bitched about the smell of their microphone?
Seth.
And
Anna.
Thanks.
And Lummy.
I didn't bitch about it.
No,
Not
you
once?
did not a once.
Not a once?
Not a once. I didn't get a peep out of Rhett. I didn't get a peep out of Macho. And I didn't
Brett's
get.
not even a camera. He can use whatever he wants.
Oh, he said he had him. He
Oh,
had
okay,
one.
sorry.
I actually said that.
So
Lummi-
say you're sorry, bitch.
Sorry.
He's got one.
I'm sorry, bitch.
God, I want to smash you in the mouth.
I'm sorry.
I did not say a peep, Dr. Dan. I did not want to be an Anna.
So I'm just saying, Dan.
It was just a surprise.
When you're bitching about when you're bitching about said microphone smell, you're pulling an Anna. That pissed you off because Lummy called you out, then had to tell me, and then I reiterated that you're being a little bitch, and here that brings us to where we are now.
Okay.
But when Anna talked about being the astute leader that you are, was this all kind of part of it?
What do you mean?
I'm just saying,
Are you showing us an example of how to be an astute leader?
I'm saying, if you're gonna bitch about. I had some windscreens made for our microphones so
And they
that
look
our,
awesome.
so that our logo pops a little bit better. And let me, you can put your fingers down.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
2 hours ago.
Listen, Lummy literally would keep them up until that's the ongoing rib. He'll keep them up until I tell him to put them down. Okay, put them down. You're making me uncomfortable.
Thank you, sir.
So, I think that this is a great visual for our visual platforms to have Bubba Army windscreens and a couple of the snowflaking little just
it's half the show.
Yeah.
Well, can I be honest too?
Not half.
Being there,
Yes, please be honest.
Is that,
It's not half the show. I could do a show without either one of you.
I think
Trust me.
Anna had like kind of a thing with Dr. Dan early
Anna
on.
is
And
such
she said it smells. She already
And
put
she's
that in
also
his
the one
head.
that bitches
And
about
I
her
think
light.
Dr. Dan.
And she's also, hold on, and she's also the one that bitches about her light. Remember the one day the bitch actually had the audacity to put on sunglasses, like being
It was a hat.
super difficult.
Oh, sorry.
Remember that?
Like Snoopy,
Man, I
yeah.
wish Seth was around for those days because he would have called Anna right on out for that. I
The
think.
bigger snowflake is going to call the smaller snowflake out.
I think when a snowflake's being overly snowflaker, the fellow snowflake will say, "Hey, said snowflake, you're gonna snowflake yourself off this show, bitch. Keep acting like that."
What was the
And that comes from a snowflake.
What were the glasses for?
All right, so we just got these new ring lights, okay? Because we're trying to look better. Not everybody can be as translucent as you. Not everybody looks like Count Dracula like you, Nosferatu, okay? So we get these new lights, and I set them all up to be the same tone. Well, Anna comes down because she thinks it's too much light in her eyes, and she, before the show starts, knocks her. Now, before the show started, I'd already turned them all on where I wanted them. Well, she comes in and turns it down to like Dim Willie. And and I'm like, Anna, I don't want it there. I want you more well lit. I want you to be the cute, snappy. I just want you. I want to be able to see you instead of not be able to see you. If we're gonna have a girl on the show, a lot of that has to do with that visual. A lot of it has to be with the fact that you're a girl and you're visual. People want to see what you look like. And some days you don't disappoint and some days you do. But, like today, you look cute today. You look cute today.
Thank you. Wash my hair.
So, Seth, she comes in and she's like, these lights are in my eyes. Oh, my God.
Why am I a gay guy?
I mean, you're not. You're a valley bitch or a fry bitch or whatever. You're just a difficult. You know what impersonation that is? Difficult bitch.
Okay.
Why? Oh my God! These eyes, these lights are so in my eyes. I don't know if I can even do. Oh my God! I can't even see nothing. I'm blinded. I'm like, stop worrying about the lights. So she goes and gets a hat.
This very hat right here.
And puts it on so that you can't even see her eyes. And I'm
and
like,
I went like that.
Yeah, like just completely like
she faced you.
Well, pushing my buttons. Like,
Yeah,
are
he
you
was
kidding
mad.
me? Who wouldn't be? And so we had to work through that.
Yes, I could see.
But we did.
But we did.
We
Yes,
did.
Yes, we did.
God bless.
And so I don't even know what we were talking about. So yeah, it's tough managing.
Me being a bitch.
It's tough, man. So when I got one of my best friends in here, who is pretty goddamn rugged.
He is.
Yeah, I mean, the guy, I can get on my e-bike and drive 22 miles at 24.5 to 25 miles per hour with an electric motor, just hauling ass. And Numbnuts back here can have a regular Tour de France. Well, it's about an $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 bike.
But no motor.
No motor at all. And he can keep up with me the entire time. I mean, he's a freak of nature. I mean, he's a doctor.
Really
He's a lawyer.
You know why
drives
he's a freak of nature?
Ferrari.
You know why? Because he doesn't breathe in toxic fumes every single day. That's why he's a freak of nature.
Hall of Fame, Brave Farm, Jones Island, 50 on the Cash App. Well, he was smoking at that time, too.
Long time, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know how that fired. I don't know how that fired the
Hogan.
the road.
Bubba, it's been a long time, brother.
God, so I wanted that to be real. I really did. I wanted that to be
I think
so
we all
real. Oh, and then he comes walking in, tears off his shirt.
Gives you a
each
hug.
This
other
is
a
your
kiss.
fantasy?
Mushroom stamp.
So anyway, Dan, stop worrying about the smell of your microphone.
It's getting better.
Eventually,
It fades.
Eventually, it'll fade, and it'll smell like the standard Guido spit-infested windscreen that your other one was. Okay,
Jesus.
just saying, buddy. Don't worry about it.
This is odorless.
Okay. You don't spray anything around Seth. That triggers him to the point where he almost
really?
had a heart attack yesterday.
Oh, really? He doesn't like the spray?
Honest to God, we
Febreze.
thought he was having a heart attack yesterday.
Someone mentioned that in chat this morning.
He
So
actually,
what happened?
while on the air, not even during a hot mic, while on the air, I think. Or was it a hot mic, Seth?
No, it was on the air.
No, it was on the
It
air.
was on the air during when you called Ronnie Munn. Did he ever get back to you?
Yeah, he did.
We were listening back to the Ronnie voicemail.
And Seth turns to me and be like, "Hey, can I go outside? Because I'm having some kind of anxiety attack. I'm sweating. I got a. Did you say you had a pain in your chest?
No,
Like a shoulder.
I had. It was initially like I had done something to my shoulder. It sent this like weird like pain through my whole body.
Which shoulder?
My left one.
Ooh, scary.
Yeah, that's what everybody said.
Ooh, scary.
It
The
was
chat. There was a bunch of people in chat who saw that it was happening. Like a lot of people in chat were like, "Hey, Seth is paler than usual. Is he okay?"
Did the doctor just say, ooh, scary?
Yeah, left shoulder.
Yeah, it's a left
If you
side.
start getting sweaty, don't feel right, your left shoulder hurts, that's scary. Just like when I saw
does
Alex
that
get
mean?
on that
And-
airplane.
and-
He looked like he was about to have a heart attack, and he was.
And here's the deal.
Would it be
I mean,
less scary if it was his right shoulder?
Listen. That is absolutely the appetizer to the beginning of a heart attack.
Yeah.
Clammy, sweaty, left side tension and or pain.
Yep.
Left, not right.
Left arm or shoulder.
Left arm or shoulder. You know, being a little something not being right.
A little pressure, a little
And
anxiety.
that's the beginning of a heart attack.
If you have those symptoms, listeners, go straight or call the EMS or go to the ER. If you don't feel right, if you feel pressure in your chest, at all short of breath, diaphoretic, which means you're sweating uncontrollably or for no explanation, inexplicably. And any kind of left-sided arm or shoulder soreness or pain.
That's Dan messing up on a
That was
word. That makes me, us dumb guys, really feel a little more connected to the show. When the guy that's got a 170 IQ can't, butchers the English language the same as a guy with a 109. Continue on, Dan. Sorry.
Anyway, yes. If you think you're having any kind of symptoms like that, call EMS, go to the ER. Do not sit on it because you may not wake up.
So Seth went outside.
Jesus.
So Seth, we haven't really had an opportunity to talk, just because when you were back. I think you were back after the next when we were in the middle of a commercial break or something.
No, I can't. We were still in the air.
All right,
It was like 5 minutes later.
Did you just go outside and get some air, or what did you do?
As soon as I got outside and as soon as the air hit me, Dan, because I was like Alex Stein, like my whole body was sweating. I had anxiety, and then I got very nauseous. So that's why I was kind of like, was it keeled over? I don't know what's it called.
Did you puke?
No.
Usually a lot of times the puking will de-trigger what moment you're having.
I didn't even have any food in me, so...
I know, but sometimes you do puke, don't you?
Yeah, no, I do, but I sat here and I was like, it was one of those feelings like I thought I was going to have to throw up for a little bit. I didn't think that I had a heart attack, but I did get massive anxiety, like as I was sitting here, which made it worse. But as soon as I got outside, because I was soaking wet, as soon as that air hit me, I felt a million times better. Like I felt better almost immediately.
And so, sometimes you could have been close to just passing out, and sometimes people get like a vasovagal reaction because
what does pass out mean?
I've had that.
Pass out means you fall over and drop, and you're unconscious for a minute.
From what? Like it's from not eating, or like now, Seth, had you not had any breakfast or anything?
No, I hadn't.
Well, see, I would suggest that you grab a little something before we go on the air.
Yes, it's helpful. When people like drop from surgery, when saying like they're watching an operation or something gross and they faint, that's a vasovagal response. And what happens is something in your body is saying we don't like what's going on, whether it be a smell, a sight, a sound.
Oh, don't bring
or a
the mic
combination.
smell into it, bitch.
No. But I'm saying just your stimuli are saying something's not right, and then you do this.
Hold on, that's Seth's life. His stimuli is saying something's not right. That's your starting point in life, buddy.
And so you end up with this like autonomic response that you can't control, and it sort of like snowballs and builds and builds and builds. And when you add a little, sprinkle of anxiety into it, it gets worse.
So I didn't believe him.
I
thought maybe he was faking it, and then he came over, like got a little closer to me, and I could see like the bead of sweat on his forehead, and I'm like, dude, go outside, go. Yeah. I mean, get back, I believe you.
And Bubba, you're right. Eating does help prevent that. When I have people that come to surgery for the first time, I don't let them in the room till they've eaten something, because if you don't eat and you get any kind of hint of that little vasovagal, it snowballs, and all of a sudden you drop.
Not only that, but if you got like a pre-show ritual of things that you do, and you do that on an empty stomach, that'll make you sick sometimes too.
Mm-hmm. Sure will.
So
yeah, Seth, you should have a little, even if it's just a little protein bar or
even
a
if
muffin.
It's just a little
Don't you have coffee though? Is it
matzo
oat
ball or something,
A matzo ball.
It's gonna make him throw up.
I think I had too much caffeine yesterday too. So
That made it worse. Yeah.
So you went outside as soon as you got into the out of Bubba's Febreze studio.
Yeah.
You instantaneously hulked up, ready to rip your shirt off and come in here and finish the radio out.
I was so happy that I felt relief. Yeah.
He had to reboot.
Yeah, I did that, and then I felt like I felt so great. Yeah, no, I felt amazing. I was like the best I felt all day.
Perfect.
So
and usually, literally getting up and moving into a different room almost always cures the problem.
Right.
And that's why I've been telling Bubba to try to get a window that opens in here just to try to save somebody's life one day.
Please. I mean, come on. I've done listen, Seth. I've been doing radio for a very long time, and I'm very particular of my studio surroundings. I just can't go. Like I couldn't go into the studio. You just most recently came from iHeart, and all of their studios on Ulmerton are all 5 or 6 or whatever. They're all absolutely the same, and they can literally change radio stations by just changing the logo on the 2 TVs that are in the studio.
Not enough TVs regardless.
But am I right, Seth?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're all it doesn't matter. The studios, I mean, 103.3, 103.5, US 103.5 could be on Studio A one day and Studio B the next. I mean, it's and they do that. They've done that for a reason. Well, I've always needed it super dark with no windows. Even when I worked in corporate radio, I would have my producers come in. This usually pissed the person that was before me way off because the management told them to stop bitching about it. That's what Bubba wanted. But during the last 15 minutes of their show, my guys would come in with tinfoil and tinfoil all the windows and bring in my cart rack and get my show, get it all ready for me. And this guy's trying to do his last break at 55. And my guys are in here with Scotch tape and tinfoil every day. They finally made us some window inserts that we could just stick them right in the window. But I've always needed it super dark, and I prefer not to be able to visually see my co-hosts. And even you being in pretty close proximity to me, we've arranged it where I can only see you if I go like this, and then you go like that. See, look at me.
Yeah, no,
how you doing, big boy?
What's up? What's up, Fussy Britches?
Fussy Britches? How about what Anna said? Astute businessman trying to make said brand better, bitch. About to get mine.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ambassador of the show, sir. Very astute.
So I'm glad you felt better.
Thank you. And
I think yesterday was a good day for you.
Yes, thank you.
No, I just think yesterday. You've had a lot of days full of anxiety. There's a lot going on in your life.
Yeah.
You and I are friends. We talk a little bit. I'm a little bit familiar with it, and I can see where you're really stressed out right now.
You're honestly, and I'm not trying to like set off intrigue or anybody there's a lot of stuff that's going on in my life, like a million things that aren't that great. But actually, Bubba, you're the only person that I think knows everything outside of family.
Well, good. And I like being your friend, and I think I can help you in some various situations cope through some of the things that you're going through, not by being your boss, but by just being an older dude that's experienced life.
Yeah.
And been through some pitfalls myself. Kind of an old timer.
A cool uncle, man.
Yeah.
You're like my Uncle Keith. He takes me to the Yankees games and all that stuff. Sends me $200 for my birthday. It's like, that's my dude, Uncle Keith.
Is he your favorite uncle?
He's my only one, yeah.
Let me.
By default.
Is this the Aaron Rodgers now says that Sandy Hook, like he was never ever quoted on saying anything other than it was the way it went down, and I guess the trolls when Robert J or what the hell his name Kennedy, who's an independent running for potentially the presidency of the United States, and announced his potential short list of VPs, of which one was Aaron Rodgers, the other Jesse Ventura. All of a sudden, all these Aaron Rodgers Aaron Rodgers trolls drummed up that Rodgers had somewhat of a conspiracy theory about Sandy Hook.
Yeah, one person, then one anonymous person all brought it up just now.
Right. Now, this is the Jesse Waters show?
Yeah, and I thought it was actually very comparable to your story, which,
No, hold on. What do you mean?
Well,
Mike?
the lies come out, and then you have to defend your lies, and everyone believes the lies.
Oh, okay. So the lies come out
first.
Everybody believes the lies.
Yep.
Yes.
And then
you have to defend
yourself.
yourself.
My responsibility, but nobody wants to hear what I got to say.
Just like this.
And for the record, Aaron Rodgers declined comment tonight, which also says to me, if somebody said that about me, and I hadn't said anything
Well, I bet
like
he
that,
did decline.
This is where we are as a nation. We have actually as a subject for debate whether or not a vice presidential prospect thinks a massive shooting actually happened.
Rodgers was on an ayahuasca retreat, we're hearing, when the news broke that he was being considered for VP. And then he had to put out a statement, quote, as I'm on the record saying in the past, what happened in Sandy Hook was an absolute tragedy. I am not and have never been of the opinion that the events did not take place. Again, I hope that we learn from this and other tragedies to identify the signs that will allow us to prevent unnecessary loss of life. My thoughts and prayers continue to remain with the families affected along with the entire Sandy Hook community.
That was really well written.
Very, very well written.
That's pretty much as well as you could write that kind of response.
Here's what.
You just go to AI and go, write apology.
Right.
But
but he didn't dog guns. He was very carefully worded.
I'm just over Aaron Rodgers.
I've been over him for 7 years.
Listen, I was a huge Aaron Rodgers fan.
His family's over him.
Who?
His family's over him, right?
I think everybody's over him. Even if he didn't say that, which he didn't. I'm just over seeing his face on TV.
You don't think he said it? Why would a couple people just come out and say
Well,
that?
why do they wait 21 years or 22 years to bring it up, or however long it's been?
Now he's a VP prospect.
It just goes to show you that they can say anything about anybody, and people automatically baseline believe the bad stuff.
Well, how do you think Jets fans feel in the middle of all this? I mean, they got three plays of football out of the guy before he went down for the year, and now they're hearing he's going to be a VP candidate this fall. They're just begging him to play a quarter of football at this point.
Yeah, and again, that gives me back to I'm Aaron Rodgers out. Put your nose to the grind, fix your Achilles tendon, come back and be the quarterback that the Jets gave a lot away. And I mean, let's face it, the Jets pretty much gave him everything he wanted, from Randall Cobb to
Al Lazard.
Yeah, Al Lazard. I mean,
Dalvin Cook they got.
I mean, I don't like the guy, but he didn't do anything on this. The media brought him in.
he didn't do anything.
He's doing ayahuasca right now.
It's not his fault.
It's sad that he has to deny that he's a Sandy Hook truther. I mean, this is where we are in America today.
They instantaneously label you, and they're right, and the person that's not liked in the community, Bubba the Love Sponge, is wrong.
That's right.
They report lies, so you deny.
So everybody hates Aaron Rodgers now because he stunk up the joint and pulled his Achilles tendon on the fourth play. Had he went on to win the Super Bowl, this wouldn't be an issue.
Nope.
I'd argue it'd be a bigger issue. If
No,
he did
yeah,
win the Super
exactly.
Bowl.
I'm with the red on this one, Bo, because I think that as
You
soon
imagine
as
Pat Mahomes being accused of this stuff?
the third-party nominee is a threat to the establishment president right now. And so they're going to try to destroy any effect of a Kennedy run so that they don't dilute their votes in the general election.
So this probably
it's coordinated.
Hold on, this probably comes from both parties.
No, because the Republican Party wants that third-party candidate because that is more likely, and most of the studies and the polling says that the third-party candidate right now would more likely hurt Biden than it would Trump.
Well, with Ross Perot, it hurt Bush, not Clinton.
Yeah, because Ross Perot was more on the conservative side.
I'm just saying, take politics out of it, Dan. Imagine that, and we just say it. I mean, there being a third-party candidate is not good for either. I mean, right? You're taking votes inevitably, but statistically it might be one party more than the other, but you're still taking votes from
both
a two-party system.
Right. And so, over the last 50 years, we've always completely jobbed out the third-party candidate. That's been the media's tradition since I was a kid. And, they're going to do it again with Kennedy. But I think Kennedy's jobbing himself out by mentioning a football player and a pro wrestler as his two VP candidates.
Two people
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard from a candidate.
I think Kennedy could have way bettered himself by really putting two people in there that could potentially, help.
Yeah, someone with some big, like CEO type skills or some political savvy,
like a Mark Cuban,
right?
Or and listen, every name that I mentioned, I could be completely stupid and an idiotic suggestion, but I mean,
you'd be better off with The Rock, than Jesse Ventura or Aaron Rodgers. No one's going to listen to Aaron Rodgers.
Was it possible he was just kidding?
No, okay, so that's what we're doing now in politics. We're kidding.
Well, I mean, was this an official statement, or was he like, someone was asking him a question during an interview, and he's like, I don't know, Aaron Rodgers or Jesse Ventura.
If he said that, that's still responsible on his part. He brought it. I mean, if he said it, then that's on him. And he needs to be a little more calculated, because you can see what the American media and the American public are going to do when you throw two stupid names out there. They're going to find and
they're going to latch onto it
and smear and make stuff up on this kind of stuff. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers never said this. But my God, it shouldn't even be a discussion, because Aaron Rodgers shouldn't be a VP candidate for potentially an independent candidate to be the president of the United States.
Nope. Horrible idea. Horrible choice. Horrible.
Put Candace Owens in there.
Might as well.
This is what Kennedy said about Aaron Rodgers. And we want somebody who's young, who's going to look out for the generation. Aaron Rodgers is battle tested. He stood up. He's been hammered by the press, stood up for things we believe in. I like that part of his character. He's a critical thinker, and I think we need that at the time of the rise of artificial intelligence, he said.
There you go. He said it. Robert Kennedy said it. It's on him now.
Yeah.
You buffooned yourself out.
Sure did.
You did.
Come the news.
I mean, he was never going to win
Any
anyways.
professional journalist would research Aaron Rodgers before reporting the story, and they'd immediately
Aaron
see
Rodgers is good.
he's on tape in 2012 paying respects to the victims.
Aaron Rodgers getting in on that as well today. He shares what he hopes will come from this tragedy.
I hope that we can learn from this and look for the signs more and not ever have something like this happen and keep this on our minds, because these are things that affect all of us directly or indirectly, and this needs to be something that we learn from.
Okay, so boom, drop the mic. You hack-ass reporters out there that's reporting this as factual when he's really on record by saying not what you're reporting. I mean, he's saying opposite 12 years ago, opposite of what you're saying.
Yep.
He's not a conspiracy theorist. He didn't think that the government was involved. He says we need to learn from this tragedy. Period. There's nothing you can take from what he said in 2012 and spin it to what they did. But nobody, there is nobody that checks and balances the media, and everything is just the Wild West, and they just bury and believe whatever they want. Bury and believe. Bury and believe. Bury the bad guy, and everybody will believe it. That's what you do. You bury the bad guy because everybody will believe it.
Do you feel like you're Aaron Rodgers here?
Yeah, I'm Aaron Rodgers and Donald Trump, bitches.
You're both.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Does this sound annoying, Bubba?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's my ice in my bottle. Like if I take a drink of water on the air, it might make it a little.
Well, learn a technique not to make it fucking louder. I'm fucking mad at you.
Well, I'm trying to stay cold and hydrated so I don't fall out again.
Okay. Don't make that sounder in the air.
It's better radio if you fall out, though, Seth.
I wish I had it timed out perfectly. What's up with Ronnie, Bubba?
He texted me.
Is he gone?
He leaves Saturday.
You gonna see him?
Maybe I'll call him back on the air. That'd be good to have all in it.
I mean, I think so. I
might get in trouble from Howard, though.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
No, okay.
Oh, for real?
What's up, Longwood?
All right, we'll do another break before we have Matty.
Are the Bears trading away Justin Fields?
I mean, that's been what the rumor is, but there's literally like no spots left after free agency and everything. So the Bears are saying kind of the rumors are that they want to interview every quarterback before they trade Justin Fields because they haven't had a chance to yet. I really don't know.
Do you like him?
I love him.
You think he's a good quarterback? He's just young.
I think he's good. I think he's
another year or two of maturity.
Yeah, his trajectory keeps going up.
Kind of like Baker Mayfield. You put a career quarterback on a shit team with a shit offense, with a shit coach and a shit line.
Yeah.
And they get fucking destroyed. And then you say, oh, he sucked.
Yeah.
He didn't suck. He was on a fucking shit team.
We got good coaching. I mean, his coach went to be, offensive coordinator wants to go be the coach of Carolina. So.
Some of these other guys over the last 20 years that failed.
A lot of it's coaching.
Because they get destroyed. Gruden said that.
As far as the
what was that guy that came around? The good-looking kid, light-skinned brother.
Oh,
they got on
shit. Fuck.
Okay.
I can't remember.
You know what I'm talking about.
We got them all situated on now?
Yes.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
They said that they fucking destroyed his brain.
Hi, guys.
What's up, brother? 3 years ago.
Oh, Josh Freeman.
Yeah.
Stay right there. I'll come see you.
He was gone because he was just in a bad system and it just fucking destroyed him. He said,
I did legs yesterday.
permanently destroyed. Permanent damage.
I believe it.
Permanent damage to a quarterback.
I'm starting to see that.
My dad, Lou.
Hi, Dad.
Nice to meet you.
He was like you whip Junior's ass.
Yeah, used to. Not anymore.
What age did you get to where? At what age could you finally take pop?
Really? It was surreal. It was like Tom Brady throwing the ball with
Was it at Martin's house?
Before that, Pops just got you on grid before that.
I've been up there, spent a little over an hour with him.
Are you like you from Martin?
He's been on my bike. I was a doctor.
Probably.
Yeah, so, and I've always been
All right, so we're going to do a segment. Obviously, Billy's not here.
I like
he's really nice guy.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's a good guy. He's swinging every guy in the head.
Yeah. Bill's the guy that tore his ACL when he was celebrating.
Yeah.
Did you get a Morpheus girl yet?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes, we do Morpheus anytime you want, Bubba.
Yeah, but is it a good girl?
Yeah, she's great.
She's stiff like you.
Yeah, she's stiff, but she's sweet.
You're the worst one of the Morpheus.
No, she's not stiff like me, but she's thorough, and she's gentle.
Okay, there you go.
That was the lure you're looking for?
Because you are a bull in a china shop at that thing.
I was just telling Seth that Grammatica spent an hour with my son teaching him how to play kick. It was surreal. It was like Tom Brady throwing a ball.
That was pretty cool.
It was really cool.
You get video of it?
I got just a short video of it, yes. And his son was there. He was 16. His son's thighs are like this.
Wait, Nico or another son?
He kept calling him G.
Oh, he's got a son who plays for USF.
Yes, as a kicker.
Oh, yeah, Nico.
He said, no, this is a younger son.
Okay.
It's a younger son. Yeah. He says that because he coaches all these soccer players, but they can't get scholarships. They end up going on the football team and becoming kickers.
Yeah.
He's got 5 college kickers right now.
He does.
He's coached in soccer because they can't get soccer scholarships.
Man, Martin's turning them out. That's awesome.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, that is very cool.
It was really cool.
That's very awesome.
Thanks for the shirt.
That's very cool.
You want to do one more?
Yeah.
Automatica, Grammatica.
Blow your knee up. I saw it.
Pen mark on the back, Kinkles. I mean, I'd say if it's 1964, I don't think you would expect a pristine card. So if it's clean everywhere else, they could get it. It could be a decent grade. The Grammaticas are good dudes. They do a lot.
What do you think of the studio? What do you think of the studio?
That's awesome.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's like Sex Dungeon meets Times Square.
Yeah,
Bar.
Just you want to drink? Yeah, in the middle of the show.
Yeah, I don't know about Caleb. I don't know what's going on, guys. I'm Fields and Caleb down. I want something to happen.
Here we go.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
We have Matt Arroyo from. Now, is your official? Don't get mad at me, Matt. I always call your guys' places dojos, and I know they're not dojos.
Dojos.
But I always call your. So is your dojo called Gracie Tampa South? Is that what it is?
It's actually Cobra Kai.
Stop. Cobra Kai.
What's it really called?
Yeah, yes, Gracie Tampa South.
Right,
Yeah.
your dojo there.
My dojo.
Now, by the way, you brought a special guest today. It's not the guy that's fighting,
No.
but it's a guy that's fought before.
Yes.
It's your father.
Yes, he's right here.
I got to
Sweet
tell
Lou.
you, how old is Sweet Lou?
I'll be 65 in July.
Really?
Look awesome.
You probably the toughest 65. I mean, do you live in a retirement community, Lou? Because if you are probably you're the man. I mean, you're the king of that retirement community.
No, not yet.
And I was talking to Matt privately, and he said that Sweet Lips Lou could beat his ass clear up until he was like 21 years old. In fact, Matt had to become like what's a mid-level belt, Anna?
Like purple?
Matt had to become a purple belt before he could beat Sweet Lips Lou up.
That's not true.
Pretty much.
So Matt, let's talk about your fighter. How do you say his name?
Billy Quarantillo.
So we can just make it Billy Q.
Billy Q.
All right. Now, tell me a little bit about Billy Q. I got some highlights from Billy Q that I'm going to play here momentarily. But, like, is Billy Q a guy that came to you as a student and he's turned into what he was? Or is he a guy that had established himself at another place and has now come to you to kind of refine his skill set as he now has, 10, 15 fights underneath his belt?
So Billy came in 2010. He had 3 months of training, and he had already taken an MMA fight. So you could tell he's just a tough, crazy dude fighting after 3 months of training. And he actually lost that fight, but it was a decision against a guy who was actually really good. So he came in, tells me he wants to be in the UFC.
Now, is he from this area?
He's from Buffalo. His sister and I actually went to college together, and so he went to come to UT, and his sister said that, I had a gym here.
I know a guy that owns a dojo down there. His name's Matt Arroyo. He's pretty tough.
Yeah, and I was in the UFC at that, or just getting out of the UFC at that point. So and that's what he wanted. So
he's like, let me do my research on this guy. This Matt Arroyo character, he's in the UFC. He's pretty cool. He's got his own dojo. It just makes sense for me to start going to his dojo. So the first day that Billy Q comes walking into Gracie South, Tampa, did you know of him?
I had no clue about him. I was actually on an MMA cruise at the time, and he came in, and the guy that was running the show then was just saying, hey, where are you from, this, that? And Billy's like,
you want to buy a gi, a white belt? What are you going on here? Like, what's going on here, kid?
Pretty much.
I mean, you know what? Here's our monthly rate. Here's the classes.
Exactly.
If you stay long enough, you'll eventually be a pretty badass.
Yeah, and then we actually sparred that night, all the guys, and Billy asked to get into the sparring on his first day, so they were like, okay. And
but you weren't there, right?
I was not there to watch it, but they told me the whole thing when I got back, and they said he was actually pretty good. Like, he knew what he was doing. So when I got back, I met with him. And
now, see, when you see I met with him, does that mean you say, okay, I need you to roll with me now? That way you can establish his skill set?
Pretty much, and just see what his goals are. He told me he wanted to be in the UFC. He wanted to be where I was, this, that. And I was like, okay, well, lots of work.
Like within a minute, got some guy right off the streets, Billy Q, right off the streets, and you're getting reports that he did pretty good on the grapple, on the roll kind of deal with you when you were out there, hanging 10 on the cruise, and not caring about your business, letting the boys run it. Meanwhile, you got a potential UFC coming in here off the streets, and you're you got a goddamn umbrella drink,
strawberry daiquiri
somewhere in the Caribbean. But anyway, within you guys are going to spar. Within a minute, can you tell if the guy is, malleable into something that, you're like, wow, okay, all right, this guy's pretty damn good?
There's two things. I can tell within a minute how good they are, but if they're not good yet, because Billy was very green, he was a white belt, I could tell within 5 or 6 minutes if they're tough.
Right.
So Billy, obviously, he didn't have the skills yet.
When your hamburger grading her face on the mat, you mean?
Yes.
That?
Yes.
And he's not complaining about it?
Like when you're on minute 6 and he's still pushing like it's minute 1.
Right.
And now I'm like, okay, he's got it, whatever it is.
Now, at that point, do you, because, it's a business, do you go ahead and choke the guy out? Or
of course. Of course. You got to choke him a bunch of times in the first row.
See, I didn't know if that was bad for business, because if a guy gets choked out, he'd be like, man, I don't know if I want to go back to that place. I got choked out first day.
If you tell me you want to be in the UFC, you better be ready to get choked on day one.
See, I'm saying that's the difference in the business. Most places don't choke you out on the first day. Gracie Tampa says, "Bitch, we're gonna choke you out. We're gonna choke you out on the first day, so we can show you what you got to look forward to when you get tough."
It was very different back then. Yeah, now it's different. Now they go into a nice, friendly intro program where they don't even roll.
No choking out.
Nothing.
It was never like safe. When Rob just. Can you remember the first time you grappled with Rob, and was he easy on you?
No. Not for the first 4 minutes, and then he had mercy for the last 2.
Oh, really?
But he had to show me what he could do. He had to show me what was up first.
Now, how many times did he tap you? Was it just once? Or?
I actually remember it perfectly. It was like 3 or 4 times. It was a couple guillotines and a couple arm bars, like right off the bat. And then he just relaxed.
It's like, okay, kid. Now let's see what you got.
And I was a blue belt when I met Rob, so I actually had some skill, nothing crazy. But
when's the last somebody at school tapped you?
Not too long ago.
Really? You got tapped?
Yeah, I'm old now, man. I'm 41.
Sweet Lips Lou get you in an arm bar? What happened?
No, not yet. But
get you an ankle grab? I don't know what's going on.
He is training, though. He just started.
He looks like it.
Yeah, he just started up.
He looks like it.
Yeah.
So what you got? I mean, you got all kinds of black belts running around there. You actually sometimes do get tapped.
I get tapped a lot in leg locks because I just don't want to risk it. To be honest, I'll tap early. I'll be like,
So like if this was a match, I'd let it go. But I feel a ligament tearing, so I might as well just go ahead and tap on the deal. Right?
Exactly. I mean, it's been a while since someone's like done it the fundamental way, like passed my guard, mounted me, took my back, and choked me.
Now,
like,
when
that's tough.
do you spar with Billy?
I don't do MMA sparring with him anymore, but last time I did, I blasted my shoulder. But I do roll. I roll with him every Monday.
And like more jujitsu stuff.
Just jujitsu, yeah.
Right. Where's Billy's? I was looking at this. By the way, Anna, thank you for the prep and the some great stuff here. The UFC. By the way, Billy Q is part of the UFC. He's what's he had? 15 fights or so far. What's his overall? Right, has it right here.
You're gonna quiz me. I think he's 18-5 overall.
18-5. And 8 wins by knockout, 5 by submission, and 3 by a first round finishes. Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Now to me? I was looking at the stats here. It looks like he's a little bit more of a stand-up guy.
You would think so. He takes a lot of the guys down, but he does everything really. I mean, he's liking stand-up as his
If you ever wanted to know where your boxers stand, Matt, you might want to go to this website. It tells you exactly.
That's pretty cool.
Isn't this cool?
Very cool.
Striking accuracy. They give you all these statistics and he loves hitting the face. See,
he does.
That guy's got a kind of a jacked up face there.
Yeah.
He standing, clinch, or ground. Like, what would have been your statistics? Did you like to stand up or did you like to go to the ground?
My statistics would have 0 punches and kicks and 100% jiu-jitsu.
0 punches.
0.
Right to the ground.
Maybe 1 punch to get it to the ground.
When
and that's
somebody
it.
fought you, when they were training, hey, you're fighting Matt Arroyo, you got 6 months, whatever, where they're like, listen, this guy is not going to stand with you.
Nope.
He's going to take you right to the ground.
Yep.
And that's how they had to prepare, right?
100%. Takedown defense would beat me. So a better striker with takedown defense would beat me, and that's how I lost when I lost.
You couldn't get him down?
Matt Brown. So I don't know if you know who that is, but I actually, for the first time ever, spoke with him in person last week since our fight. We fought in 2008 and we fought in 2006. And he kicked my butt both times. And
all striking?
Well, I got him to the ground a bunch of times. He just kept getting back up. And
right.
then he landed the strikes that got me. But weirdly enough, we had like an hour conversation.
Were you crank calling him? Hanging up on him?
Yeah, I should have.
15 years later.
But you got, so you're 0-2 versus this guy in the UFC, Matt Brown.
Yeah, he's
and
good.
You guys hadn't talked since 18.
Since 2008.
8.
Wow. We were 27.
And why would you guys even talk? Like, did you just pick up the phone and say, I want to call a guy that's beat me twice?
No, I was at a martial arts business seminar, and he actually was there. And I was like, whoa, it's Matt Brown. And then it was a cocktail party after, like a networking party, and I went right up to him, and we just talked about our fight. We talked about what I was feeling, what he was feeling.
Did you shoot a single on him?
I should have. That was the first thing I should have done. 3rd time's the charm, baby.
You should have shot a single in dress pants, then tore off your pants just like Rob Kahn, because Rob Kahn could literally be going to a wedding, and under his good clothes, he's got fighting pants on at all times.
Always.
For real.
He's always ready.
Rob Kahn came to my bachelor party, and he had a suit and jacket, but under he had fighting pants on.
Oh my God.
He always has fighting pants on, does he not?
Always be ready.
And so, you and Matt were pretty cool. What now? Is he going on to open up his own? Don't get mad at me when I say it. It's just kind of. Is he going to open his own Matt Brown dojo?
He actually has one in Ohio called Immortal Martial Arts, and he's been open for a while. And he wanted to learn how to level it up. So he showed
just
up.
The business aspect, the marketing aspect.
Yeah.
Probably, everything. If I was to think about, by the way, Matt Arroyo from Gracie, Tampa South.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, if people were interested in, getting to know what your dojo features, where would they go? Do you have a Facebook page? You got a website?
Yeah, we
where
have all that. www.gracietampasouth.com, and then they could just put their name and email in, and we'll get a hold of them and set up a free class.
Because I got to think that the Billy Q's, who are some of the guys that you've trained over the years that have at least had an opportunity to go to UFC? You had Billy Q,
Matt Frivola.
He's
in New York now, but he came in actually the same day as Billy, both wanting to be fighters. Weirdly enough, and they're the only two who really made it in my opinion.
Right. Now how many did Rob have? Rob had you?
Oh yeah, there's like 10 of us. We all got on the Ultimate Fighter. Monster Lobster got us all, funneled us all through. He got the hookups when he
Monster
got on.
Lobster didn't go out there to fight. He went there to be a networker. because he's a walking promotional machine, is he not?
He is. He has 7 kids now.
How many?
7.
Wow.
7 kids.
We need to all pitch in for a vasectomy for that guy.
I told him, send him. Yeah.
He's a great dude. Do you remember the time that we were in the old? I don't think you were here. We were in the old studios, and we had this guy named what was his name?
Was it Jimmy Jams?
No, not Jimmy Jams. It was not Twink. He was that little video guy. He was
Chip. Was it Chip?
Yeah, it was Chip. And Chip was this little guy, we put. And you know how high-strung Monster Lobster is. I mean,
in
he's
the
ready.
green room.
Yeah, he's ready to fight on a moment's notice. I mean,
that is true.
Tell him that his car looks dirty and he'll fight you. Like he's just ready. He'll
just punch you.
Yeah. Like meanwhile, like you and Rob Kahn, like I've actually seen people approach Rob Kahn before, and Rob's like, "Listen, I did stop. Just quit. Just please, just get out of here."
So true.
You just like stop. I mean, and not Monster Lobster. Monster
ready.
Lobster's like, bitch, we're fighting. So we were the green room was all cameraed up, and we were listening, and we had headphones on Chip, and Chip comes walking in with a pair of girl booty shorts, and that's it.
Geez.
And he walks up and he goes, and we're telling him what to say.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, so you guys think you're tough, huh? And Rob just kind of laughs it off, and Monster Lobster's like, who in the hell is this guy? Like, who is, completely
He started doing Karate Kid moves on
And
him.
so I said, do wax on, wax off. So I'm telling him what to do. So Chip's doing like, I have some training. I'm a wax on, wax off guy. And so then I go, Monster Lobster said something smart ass, and then I said, hey Chip, tell him he's about as good as his restaurants that failed. And so
he will kill someone.
So hold on. Chip goes, I may not be that good of an MMA guy, but it's better than your restaurants. They all fail. Monster Lobster got up, threw the guy down on the couch, and starts going 12-6 on him. And Rob has to jump in and be like, stop. Monster Lobster just got triggered and went crazy on the dude.
Well, he's going to be 50 in August, so he's calmed down a lot.
He has 7 kids.
He's up in Maine. Is he down here? Or is he back up in Maine?
He is in Maine, but he's going to come back down and he's going to open up a small Monster Lobster, like a takeout type thing.
So is he going to, relocate the entire clan down here?
No, they're just going to kind of go back and forth. And
go back and forth.
Seasonal,
like
whatever.
Maine during the summer and down here. Okay,
they have a beautiful house up there and 7.
That's the perfect life.
Maybe
going
even
up
8
there.
kids. They're trying for an 8th, just so you know.
For real?
Wow.
Oh yeah,
8
his
kids.
wife just wants a bunch.
I mean, Dan makes a couple million a year. Dan, you want 8 kids?
Nope.
Please.
No, but I do want to be able to go up north in the summers and spend the winters in Florida.
That would be
That's a
cool.
wonderful, wonderful plan.
And of all of us, Monster Lobster's the one pulling it off.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah, he's killing it.
So Billy Q, he's fighting not this Saturday, but next. Is this probably his biggest opportunity to date?
No.
No?
So he had 2 big opportunities to get into the top 15, and it didn't go our way, and now he's kind of climbing back. So his last fight he won. He wins this fight, and then maybe the next one will be a top 15 again, or maybe one more, and then the top 15. He's 35, so he's always telling me, anybody, anywhere, we got to just get this going now. We got to do this now while he's still in that good window. He's in that prime window. So this is an important fight because if he wins it, maybe they give him a top 15 next, or maybe one more. But we got to get into that top 15 and then top 10.
So
and title.
this next Saturday night fight. Well, I'm assuming you're going to be his corner guy.
Yes.
And is Sweet Lips Lou going to be there? Maybe throwing the cold compression on the forehead. Sweet Lips Lou not going to be the cold compression guy. Come on now.
Not this time.
He can cold compress with the best of them. Come on, man. Don't screw Sweet Lips Lou out of compression.
This one's at the Apex Center, so it's not like a one with a crowd. So it's going to be nice and quiet.
Now, Matt, did you know that when Dan, our very own doctor here, that when back in the day, him and his brothers used to do a boxing promotion, and Dan is an unbelievable cut guy.
Okay, I thought he was a boob guy.
Well, that's how he makes his money. But when a lot of fighters would pay him like $500 a night or so to be their cut guy because he
awesome.
is such a good cut guy. Because Dan supposedly has this. Matt would probably know the elements that you use. Dan, don't you got a certain mixture? Like what's
I
what's
used to
your
add thrombin because the
what's-
epinephrine and the Avitine wasn't really good enough. It was too slow. So I added thrombin, which was further down the clotting cascade.
Oh,
and
wow.
I probably did 150 fights, and I never
Wow.
lost a fighter to a cut.
Never.
Yeah. I had never had a fighter lose a fight to a cut.
That makes Matt like you like 80 times better.
Yes.
Knowing
So
that
you're a businessman and you're an MMA guy.
Knowing
So you
that,
can be more than one
knowing
person.
knowing that you're like a one hell. I mean, because Matt,
I was
having
as good as it gets.
You have. I mean, that could win, or if you have a good cut guy,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that could win. You can win or lose a match from that, can't you?
That you can, and UFC has their own guys they use for us, but yeah, for the absolutely.
So, Dan, what would you do? First, come in and try to like pinch the area.
I would put the thrombin with the epinephrine, and sometimes I'd throw a little Avitine in there too, just for fun, and put it right in that wound and get it in there for 52 of the 60 seconds you had.
Just
jam it in there. And the last 5 seconds, he'd slap some Vaseline on top, and that was it. And they would always stop dead in their tracks.
Beautiful.
Now, would it almost kind of start repairing it?
Nope.
No, or just
it
kind
would
of
seal. It's a seal. It creates a blood
Can you
clot.
use super glue?
No, it's a shame.
That's what I would do.
It would be awesome if we could use crazy glue. Give me 10 seconds, guys. 10 seconds.
Man, you could have the most beat up guy in the world. He's just all super glued
But
up, man.
the problem is that the bell rings and my thumb is stuck to his forehead still.
Oh, jeez.
So I'm like, the three of us are going in.
Anybody got a nail polish? I need some nail polish. Here's a little highlight. Here's a little highlight tape of Billy Q. This is Matt's fighter that will be on UFC Fight Night, which is Saturday night next Saturday. What's his approximate? Do you have an approximate time, Matt, or you know?
I would tune in anytime after
he's,
7.
He's the main event, right?
No. He's in the middle.
He's in the middle. He's in the middle card.
I think it's an early card because it's a fight night. So probably anytime after 7 he could be on.
All right. This is a little. This is so.
Wait,
of course,
7 p.m. local time or Eastern time?
PM local Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah. So now this is Billy. Now, did he win this fight against Kirk?
Yeah, that was the fight that got him on the show. That got him in the UFC. It was called the Contender Series. This kid was a black belt. He'd been training since he was 4, and Billy just broke him.
Oh, look at that uppercut!
Totally broke him. This is round 2, so this is like about where it's about to end.
See, like this is where you never, like this was never you. Like you're not standing up in round 2, please.
Hell no.
You're not taking those knees.
Absolutely not.
If a guy knees you, are you grabbing it and go ahead and taking him down?
I'm sure as hell try. Matt Brown got a few knees off on me and I couldn't get. Oh. Yeah, this is where he finishes him right
Billy
here.
likes to stand.
He does. He's got the cardio, the best cardio of anyone.
So that's why he had to hire you, because he needed a better ground game.
Well, he was kind of like at the same level everywhere when he came. So we just got him. We got his level up everywhere.
Is he better on the ground now?
He's a black belt. Yeah, the fight after that one, I gave him his black belt right in the UFC. This fight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at the end of this fight, he got his black belt. Yeah, he's really good on the ground.
So as of this event right now, he's not a black belt. You gave him as the leader of the dojo. you gave him, because listen, it's my understanding that only the leader of the dojo can do this belt awarding.
This is true.
I mean, only like the leader of the dojo, like not just everybody, Tom, Dick, and Harry, we're all around the dojo, can say, I want to belt up a guy.
No, a black belt, I have to give it, or Rob. Yeah, see, that's a nice little submission there.
Oh, that's a nice one. That's a choke out Willie.
I had the belt in my bag, and I was like, if he does really well on the ground, he's getting his belt.
So you're there.
Anyway.
And you belted him right there?
Right when right when he got his hand raised, I walked up behind him and put the belt on. He didn't even see it. Yeah, it was cool. He smashed this kid.
I love UFC. It's so barbaric. And you know, to UFC's credit, man, as barbaric as it is, they have had very little fatalities. You know, I mean, it's the most barbaric. You know,
there's more in boxing.
Yeah, by far.
Oh yeah,
and I don't think. Let me tell you what fascinates me is this slap stuff they got going on.
Oh, I've seen that.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, it is kind of ridiculous. And I think Dana sanctions it too. But I don't know. It seems like somebody could really get hurt from that. Like every slap's a concussion, isn't
Instant
it?
brain damage. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it seems brutal to watch.
And then what do you think? What do you think, Matt, about this bare knuckle fighting stuff? Those are like two things that are kind of coming on in this little niche of a barbaric fighting world. You know, UFC is the big shiny. The UFC is kind of the NFL of all of these little things. But you got these little shoot-offs like bare knuckle fighting and the slap deal. What's your opinion on both?
I mean, people ask our guys to do it all the time, and I said there's two things that are guaranteed. You're going to either break a knuckle or get a cut. There's no way you get out of that without a knuckle break or a cut. So, like, I don't know, what's the point, really? But they're not getting paid that much.
And I mean, and a concussion.
And a concussion,
I mean, every one of these guys, I mean, I've seen them haul away NFL players and put them in a blue tent for less trauma to the head. Now, is this the belting right here?
No, that was his last fight.
win?
That was his most recent win. This guy
We
was
go to
good.
the judges' scorecards for a decision.
Yeah, so listen, you can just automatically see when you got the buffer guy that's yelling out the decision, you're part of a UFC big production. You know,
crazy.
you're not a house show or,
Right.
you know, you're not the show down at the Hilton. You know, he's already in the big time. He just needs
That's it.
to win this fight for him to be able to progress.
That's
this
it.
is
You
an
need a
important
streak.
fight.
You need a streak. You need like 3 or 4
All
wins
three
in a row.
judges score this contest.
And he's on 2 right now, right? He's on 2 wins in a row.
Or one win. One win right now. If he wins
This
Saturday, which he will, he's going to get that second.
29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision, Billy Quarantillo.
So do you remember Midget?
Yeah, and the girl.
The girl.
The girl, yeah.
Yeah, Chris Rodriguez. So he bought her gym. So he owns a gym now, Gracie Pack.
What, Billy Q does?
Billy Q bought.
Billy
yeah,
Q's
Chris's
competing
gym.
with your dojo?
It's not really competing.
Oh.
It's kind of far. It's in North Tampa.
Oh, okay.
The winner, Billy Quarantillo. Billy, that fight was ridiculous.
It was.
How do you feel right now?
See, listen. All I got to do, if I see a feller and he's got an ear like that, I am staying away. That guy might be 108 pounds, soaking wet.
Yeah.
I'm rolling in at 280.
That's
Bitch,
smart.
The minute I see that ear, I'm like, that guy has spent. It takes 15 or 20 years of getting your ass, of mat time in order to get that big of a cauliflower ear.
Yes.
That guy, and I think is it kind of a badge because you have cauliflower ears.
A little
Is
bit,
it, is
yeah.
it kind of a badge of honor?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, some people don't get it at
It's
all.
kind of an old school badge of honor.
Hoist Gracie doesn't have any cauliflower. He's been training longer than all of us.
Yeah, but
some
I mean-
people get it, some people don't. It's genetic.
Hoist comes to town tomorrow.
Oh,
and,
nice.
And no, he doesn't. I'm making believing.
No.
And he
Okay.
says, Matt, I want to go down to the dojo and roll around with you. What happens?
Oh, I would love that. He wouldn't. He doesn't do that anymore. But
I know he doesn't. He's old as the hills.
Does he tap you quick?
I've only rolled with him once, and I was a blue belt, and he beat the crap out of me. So
Remember when he smashed Spice Boy's ankle and he just said, "Oh, it's only air on the joint."
Yeah,
And he
yeah, yeah. I
completely
do
tore
remember
it.
that. It's air on the joint.
Just air on the joint, and it was full blowout out and ligament and everything.
Yeah.
So like, what would happen? You and Hoist.
Well, Hoist is 57 years
I know.
old now.
Well, you're 40.
And I'm 40. 41.
But he's Hoist Gracie and you're Matt Arroyo.
I don't know. I mean, it'd be a great.
Does there come a point where,
be a
let me
great
ask you
match.
a question with regards to like, he's a GOAT. Like he
Yes.
is on the Mount Rushmore of this sport. Would you not
He
agree?
put it on the map.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
he's a legend.
So there comes a point where here you are at 40, probably physically and skill set wise, you're not nearly as beat up as Hoist.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably take him, but it comes it comes to the point where he respect. There's still
course.
old school respect left in this world.
Mm-hmm.
There's still some old school respect left.
Yes.
Like if you rolled with Rob,
Yeah.
Rob's getting older. Rob's has a bad back.
Yep.
I'm sure you could beat Rob, but you wouldn't.
Right.
You just you would only roll to for cardio or to
Sure.
get to be getting in shape or
Have
just
fun.
to have fun.
Yep.
But like you would never catch Rob just because it's old school respect.
For sure. Anna rolls with him each week, so maybe she could tell you how he's doing nowadays. I haven't rolled with him in a very long time. But
Really?
Very long, years and years. But if we do, it's just kind of like messing around. But just like you said.
Yeah, I mean, Hoist Gracie comes to town. Maybe even let Hoist catch you.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I would love that. I would love that.
Right?
I just want to feel it. I want it because I've only felt it as a blue belt when I didn't know anything. But now I know what to look for, and I want to see how he feels.
Man, how good was Hoist when he was rolling in at 180, right?
Yeah.
Fighting like guys the size of Brock Lesnar and
Yeah.
beating their asses,
He's amazing.
just beating their asses.
He's amazing.
When him and his family first came to the United States, they're the ones I think that are accredited for bringing this kind of to our country. Are they not?
They are. Yeah,
Okay.
they came in the late 80s and they went around to the dojos, the actual dojos.
Yeah, the actual dojos, and said, hey, you guys that are smashing concrete bricks and stupid stuff like that and bamboo, let me show you how to fight.
Yeah, they said, who's your toughest guy? We want to have a friendly, respectful challenge match. You can hit us, we won't hit you, and let's see what happens. And man,
You know there were some guys back in the 80s that thought they were all that. They're like, hold on now.
They couldn't wait.
I can hit you,
Yes.
but you can't hit me. I'm 6'3", 280. You're 6'1", 175, and you can't hit me, but I can smash you all I want.
And if you go to YouTube and type in Gracie in action, it'll show you all those videos from the 80s and the 90s, right before the UFC 1.
Yeah, he was so good, was he not?
He was awesome.
He's the
Yeah.
greatest. Now who was his dad? Wasn't his dad?
Is it Helio?
Yeah, Elio Gracie.
Helio.
Is
yeah,
he
they
the
don't
one that
pronounce
first
the
came
H
to
in-
LA? Where did they first land? LA?
They went to California, I believe LA, yeah.
Right.
They were the choreographers of the fight on Lethal Weapon with Gary Busey and what's his face?
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson. At the end. There was a triangle choke and an arm bar, and that was in the 80s. And nobody knew that here.
No.
So if you watch it now, it's like a real jiu-jitsu match. It's pretty cool. But Hoist and his older brother, Horian, were the ones that choreographed that.
How many of them ended up coming? Like it was the dad, and then it was Hoist and his brother. Those are the original three?
Yeah, Hickson came later, and a few of them came later. But yeah, Hoist was the golden boy. He was the right size, the right temperament, and they chose
I've
him.
interviewed him a few times, and I get kind of scared because
He's intense.
Because I'm a smart ass, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, and if I said, like, listen, I've never brought the word dojo up to Hoist because he just might take that the wrong way, and then the
never
next
know.
thing you know, he doesn't care. He will come over here and choke you out.
Yeah, you never know.
Don't disrespect my sport and call it a dojo. There, you fat ass. Now let me put air on your neck joint, okay? But as you saw, we were talking about the guy that beat you twice that you saw
Yep.
at a business deal, and I was kind of trying to refer back to your place. The Billy Q's aren't what keep the lights on. The Billy Q's come 2, 3, 4, 5 times during the lifetime of your dojo. What keeps the lights on are people like Anna. What keeps the business thriving are people that aren't going to go to the UFC,
Right.
but instead want to learn just to one. It's unbelievable cardio and workout. Like it's unbelievable. You cannot emulate the type of training that you would get at Gracie Tampa South. You cannot emulate that at the gym. You can't emulate it like, actually rolling with a person and learning new moves. And there's different levels of classes and stuff like that. But 97% of your audience are people just trying to get in better shape and become a little tougher.
That's it.
And because listen, 95% of the people that you potentially might get in a fight with don't know how to fight.
Correct.
I mean, they just swing these big haymakers, and it looks like two bitches fighting. And really, right? That's the way most fights go, right?
They start punching each other. One person gets the better of the other, and then they grab each other, and it goes to the ground.
Right.
That's how it
Meanwhile,
works.
Matt's going to teach you how to take it to the ground right away.
Right away.
And
Stay
get,
safe.
Get full control and make hamburger meat out of that guy's face with head pressure
If you
and
choose
6
to.
to 12s.
It's called the gentle art, jiu-jitsu. That's what it translates in Japanese. But
Yeah, if a guy was getting on you,
the gentle art.
If a guy was getting on you in the bar, and you guys go outside, all you got to do is just take him down and rear naked choke him, and he's gonna know at that point, okay, I don't want any more of this.
That's for sure. The big misconception is that people think that if they come into the gym, they're gonna The gym, not the dojo. They're gonna have to like get punched in the face, or they're gonna get like
No.
hurt, or they have to fight. It's not the case. There's like an entire program dedicated to not sparring and just learning the techniques in a safe environment.
Yeah, and really, realistically, Anna, you're kind of the, I wouldn't say necessarily target demo, but I would
Sure.
highly suggest
She's killing it.
if any girls like Anna, going to Matt's dojo. Gracie
The gym,
Tim,
yes.
It's funny every time you say 2 years now, almost 2 years.
I know.
Two and a half
Two and a half years.
It's
insane.
Yeah.
I know Matt hates it, but it's so funny. It's so
Gotta be
funny.
respectful.
It's so
Cobra Kai.
funny. I mean, I'm just think I were
Just think
great
of
friends,
Cobra
or he
Kai.
would beat my ass. but like literally, Anna, it's transformed you.
It has.
Into a overall tougher person.
Yes, we're moving in that direction. And what's really cool is that the gym, and I think it's jiu-jitsu in general, it attracts a really cool breed of person.
Yes.
For someone to come in and suck and keep sucking and keep showing up, especially if they start in their 30s and 40s, like that's a person who is
Like Sweet Lips Lou over there that's already a black
yeah,
belt?
actually, we've taken a few classes together, I
Yes.
think,
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
intro classes together.
Yeah.
But yeah, it attracts a really cool breed of person who has a growth mindset, who's willing to, be humiliated in public and
That's
keep
me.
showing up. Yeah, because you're like, man, I'm just here to learn. I want to get better. I want to get some skills.
It builds grit
And character,
It-
yes.
It builds, even if you never get into an excursion where you have to use your skill set.
Yeah,
It just,
which I hope I never do.
But you are now prepared to, if something did go down, you are in a far better position now after having been there for 3 years than the little meek and mild Anna. This has really kind of made you a lot tougher in several different ways.
Yeah.
Mentally as well.
Mentally as well, yeah. And on the bad days where, I just kind of get my ass whooped, I'm just like, all right, today was a character building day.
Yes.
So back tomorrow.
And there's a position called the guard. It's when you have your legs wrapped around the person. That is the sexual assault position. Like if a woman is going to be sexually assaulted, the person is in her guard. And this is where she spends most of the time in a jiu-jitsu match learning how to attack people from that position. So for women, it's a no-brainer. Like it has to be second nature. You're not just going to learn one move and be able to do it. You have to be able to train this every day, and your body just does it.
Now, do you have kids classes?
Kids classes as well. Yeah, we start at 5 years old.
Man, do you have any like 8-year-olds that have been there since 5? And
Yeah,
they're
my
just,
kids.
Hold on, okay. And they're
Just assassins.
hold on. All right, so your kids started at what?
3.
3. Okay, so they're already
Got a
two.
head start.
They're already 2 up.
Yep.
And what's your oldest?
I have a 10, an 8, and a 4.
How tough is the 10?
He's honestly, he's not the best kid in class, but he's getting tougher every single time. Like I watch it. I always tell my
who's
wife,
the toughest of the 3?
jiu-jitsu will save him.
Who's the toughest of the 3?
Mia.
Probably my middle. Yeah, Mia. She's 8.
Really?
Yeah,
And
when
is
she wants
just
to be.
tough as nails.
When she wants to be. If she has motivation, yeah. If a boy's watching or somebody's watching, she's the toughest that there is.
Right, but
if
if
nobody's
she's,
watching, she
she's
doesn't
mad
care.
at Dad because he yelled at her. She's like, whatever.
Exactly.
I'm over it.
Exactly. And I don't know anything, by the way. I don't know any jiu-jitsu.
No.
They can't learn from me. It's unbelievable. So
Yeah, you're
that-
just a piece of shit.
I pay for private lessons for our coaches that I coach.
Right.
To teach them.
Dad doesn't know nothing.
Oh, you guys
Don't
know
you
that
love
Dad
that?
teaches them, right? You know that they learn from
Oh,
me.
no, our dad sucks.
Yeah, my kids, my family doesn't think I'm a doctor.
Nothing.
They have no creed in my medical opinion.
You
of
know
anything.
nothing.
It's like,
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
Exactly.
unbelievable.
Romina gets
Mr.
like
Diaco.
Dan's wife gets like an ingrown fingernail, and Dan diagnoses it and wants to fix. She's like, oh no, I mean, like Dan doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I just go to the clinic.
She's gonna go down to the clinic.
Give me your
I am
finger.
the clinic.
Right?
Anyway,
No
Matt.
respect, like Rodney Dangerfield.
Good. When do you guys go out to Vegas? Is this in Vegas?
Yes, Billy leaves Tuesday. The fighter has to go early to do a bunch of interviews and pictures and all that. I don't leave until Friday the 22nd.
Can I ask you a question about that? I know you got he got a new opponent recently.
Yes, he did.
So does the preparation change at all?
There's really no time. So we just
Right.
found out like 2 days ago that he has
He went from what to what?
a kid from Brazil who's really good at jiu-jitsu was the first opponent. So we're working on takedown defense and striking all camp. And now we have a guy who likes to fight on the feet. So now we're going to have to get the takedown.
Yeah.
So, but that's what he's been doing his whole career. So I'm not worried about that.
Now, what does When's weigh-in? Thursday? Friday?
Friday morning. They'd let you do it bright and early in the morning now, 8 a.m., so that you have all day to
So
recover.
he's got to come in at 45.
45. They give you a pound allowance, so 46.
Come in at 46. And what do you think Billy Q's walking around right now?
Right? He's actually looks a lot trimmer than he normally does at this time, so I would say he's probably 160, 162.
Oh.
On the night of the fight, he'll be 164, like for sure, almost 20 pounds heavier than what he weighed the
And
day before.
like I was talking to, of course, Rob Kahn, and he was like, literally, these guys are only at that weight for a matter of hours.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
they literally will go from the gym of cutting weight to the weigh-in.
Mm-hmm.
They'll weigh 146.
Yep.
And that's the only, for that 15 or 20 minute period, is the only time they're going to weigh 146.
That's it.
Because we're going to start carbing them up. And I mean, do you guys have a whole routine, a nutritional routine as to what's most effective? Because you don't want to overload them, or
We used to. Now the UFC does it for you. They have guys there with like this concoction that they're supposed to drink right after weigh-ins, and they tell them, all right, wait 3 minutes, then do this one. Wait 3 minutes, then do this one.
Well, that's kind of cool.
It's really cool. Yeah, they've really
cool.
stepped it up over when they went public. They've created the Apex Center, the Performance Institute. They hired all these people. You can go there and use that. They never had that when I was fighting.
No, they just told your dumb ass to be at
Just
this
freaking-
weight at
just
this
be
time.
there. Here's 10 grand. Go fight in the cage, you animal.
Yeah, you animal. You animal.
You
so,
know.
so listen, Matt, thank you so much for
course.
coming in, and we'll maybe in 2 weeks after Billy's fight, maybe we can have you call in, or we can Zoom you, or you and Sweet Lips Lou can come in here, and we can maybe Billy will have had his child.
Billy texted me earlier, right before as I was coming in. He said maybe they would have me in Monday because he leaves Tuesday. I said I don't know. I said I'll ask. But
Maybe, perhaps, or we can have him in after.
yeah, exactly.
Especially if he wins, let's certainly plan on that. Because you've already said as the coach he's winning this.
He's going to win this fight. Yes, I'm
What's your prediction? First, second, or third round by submission?
It's either going to be a late TKO or it's going to be a decision. But this kid's pretty hard to put away. He fought Ilia Topuria, who's the current champion, who's crushing everybody. He fought that guy in Ilia's UFC debut and went the distance. So just knowing that, like if Ilia is not finishing you, and Billy does finish him, that's huge for Billy's career.
So there's so many little different like side roads this could take.
Yes.
This guy took the champion all the way. We
Yes.
made short work of him. Like
Yeah.
all of that is to be is kind of determined Billy Q's path, does it not?
It does, yeah. Sometimes Billy will just smash a guy that they thought was going to be a tough match, and then they gave him a top 15 right after that. It all depends on the performance, really.
So he wins. He does well. What's next for Billy Q?
Hopefully a chance at the top 15. This will be his third chance.
Like on a pay-per-view?
It could be a pay-per-view. It doesn't really matter where, but yeah, on a pay-per-view would be
Certainly
great.
going to be a Saturday night fight night. Certainly going to be a UFC fight night.
Yeah, it'll be either a fight night or it'll be a pay-per-view in his next fight, and hopefully a top 15.
Do you make more money on pay-per-views?
He makes this. He's contracted at a certain rate. It doesn't matter where he is, but it all depends on if he gets a bonus. Because
yeah, but can't you get like knockout of the night and fight of the night?
And sometimes being on the smaller fight night cards, it's easier to get that because there's less high profile
and
fights.
isn't that like
to
10,
compete
15,
with.
20 grand? Isn't that, I mean,
It's 50,000.
How much?
50.
So fight of the night or knockout of the night?
Yeah, either one will get you 50 grand.
So if you were both, you could get another extra $100?
Rarely does that happen, but yes.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it helps.
Damn.
I'm excited. I really am. Listen, Matt, you and Sweet Lips Lou, let's try to have you and Billy back.
Yes.
Billy, hopefully by then we'll have a victory and another kid under his belt.
Another kid, second child.
2 more. Yeah, there you go. Matt, appreciate you, my friend.
Thanks for having me, Bubba.
Again, GracieTampaSouth.com?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yep.
GracieTampaSouth.com. Even for that enthusiast that just wants to get in shape and be a little tougher. That's it.
If you're on the fence and you want to see what kind of like the moves are like, you could also follow me on Instagram, Matt Arroyo MMA.
And they can, is that where you're taking off your shirt and
I
showing
take
your
off my
muscles?
shirt. I
Can
go.
you spell Arroyo for people?
Yes, Arroyo.
Yeah, you go to his Instagram.
I post one video per day of a different technique, so you can check those out.
God, a guy didn't even have to go to your school. They could just follow your Instagram.
Right. Yes, just follow me, baby.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We'll be back after these words.
Nice to meet you in person, dude. Definitely.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, brother.
Maybe hopefully when you guys win, we can have you guys back in.
Would love to.
Only if Irving Lou.
Sweet,
Thank
sweet.
you, sir. Good seeing you, Lou.
Good luck,
Good seeing you.
good fight.
Appreciate you, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And hopefully see you right after the fight.
Thank you so much for coming in. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yes,
All of
I
you guys
did.
out.
I mean, like MMA wrestling kind of thing.
That'd be cool.
Who would win? I asked who would win.
So let me. I'm gonna do a small break.
With the humans?
What's that? Yeah, you know what? I'll do beats.
Okay.
Those guys are really nice people.
Oh, yeah, they are.
They're just really nice people. Right now, I just put him in a chicken wing on that right shoulder. You wouldn't get near my right.
I mean, I asked
That's,
him.
like, that's all it would take.
But I asked who would win between. I said I'd like to see Dr. Dan versus Jay.
Oh, that's a. I mean,
and Jay and Dr. Dan said it was an easy tap out. For
No.
We're so much more even than we would have been when he was that guy in front of you.
It's more even. It's more even now than it's ever been.
Especially when he's got broken wing syndrome, Bubba.
Yeah.
That right shoulder
You
hook.
just said
I put
you
him right
didn't
in a
get close
chicken
to
wing.
You know, this actually for the first time in your guys' his age would start paying a factor into it.
I can finally mess with him and be like, I got you this time, bitch.
Yeah.
He says you couldn't get close to him.
Oh, fucking Jay would give him a hell of a run. I'm telling
I'm
you.
long and lanky, man. I could get a single leg in, put in the grapevines, and crossface your ass. I was good with it. I was
He
pretty good.
predicted a 3-minute tap for you.
3-minute tap.
Yeah. It would only take him 3 minutes. to
That's
make the
just
tap.
Dan being a dick. So let me.
Yes,
Super
sir.
Beats.
Yep.
Commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Matt.
All right.
So that's what we're doing. And Dan.
Yes, sir.
Now, I think that you're wrong. I think Jay would give you a hell of a run.
Oh, dude, I would slap him so hard his hair would fall out.
Oh my god.
There's no way he'd ever beat me in any kind of wrestling match. I'm older, stronger.
Hold on.
I have more
You're
experience
older.
in wrestling
Hold on.
for 3
Hold on.
years.
You're using older. You're using older as a positive.
He's using older like Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan, you got more experience and more wisdom.
I mean, Dan, you're
You're
already
spry and
coming.
energetic.
Hey, you're already coming off a shoulder injury, you paper tiger.
That's right.
I'm just saying. Don't think Jay's not going to get a little training and target that fucking shoulder. I'm just telling you.
it.
Dude, he will. It won't be. Bubba, it's not even. It'd
You
be
got
like,
no words, dude.
He's not going to stand with you. Jay's not going to stand, go
he'll
blow to
lose.
blow.
He'll lose. It's that big brother thing. I'm stronger than he is.
Me and Jimmy
He's
Clevis
never,
would fucking
ever,
train
ever,
him, and he would
entire life
fucking
he's never
kill.
beat me
Jimmy Clevis would train
like
him.
that, physically.
Jimmy Clevis would train him.
Why?
And
Horace Gracie could train him. I'd still whoop his ass. I'm his older brother. It's just the way it is.
but it comes a point where oldness is now no longer a
But
positive.
it's at this point it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
Maybe
when you
another
fall
10
down
years.
You can't use
bicycles,
1986
shoulder
parameters, Dan.
Huh?
Jay, did you hear that? You can't use 1986 parameters,
Exactly. I
okay?
said if you were the guy in the picture in front of Lummy, you'd kill me. That's what I said.
If we were talking about, your junior year of college, yeah, I get it.
You schooled me.
But you're fucking almost 60 years old, bitch. I'm just saying.
Let's talk.
you're
He's
not.
got
March
some.
2024 with
mind.
your chicken wing. That's not the same fight, Dan.
I'm just
I don't
saying.
even need this arm. I got one fucking arm tied behind my back.
Oh, like
Yeah,
fucking
this is shoulder sling.
That's
Monty Python.
I tapped you with one arm.
I'll bite you to death.
Now, how about Steve?
Steve's tough. Now, in a sanctioned match with rules, I would win.
I don't know.
But
about that.
in life, he's just going to keep coming back. He's relentless.
He'll gouge your eyes out.
He'll
Oh, yeah.
do whatever it takes to.
Take your
He'll
nuts
pick
out,
up whatever he
whatever.
can grab.
Take your nuts out.
He'll do
He's
it.
like,
He's
he's
gonna
like
win
John
like a
Wick.
monkey.
He'll kill you with a pencil.
Yeah. Stick it in your ear, your eye.
Yeah, he's fucking vicious.
Oh, that would be a big pay-per-view. Diaco versus Diaco.
Oh,
There'd be at least 100 people.
Jay versus Dan
There'd be
Diaco
100 people that pay for
in a
that.
fucking UFC, fucking battle royale.
So you like my little ducking vision?
Is that good for the brand?
I posted
Yeah,
it.
it's good for the brand.
Are we still
Almost
supposed to be
as good
doing
as
those?
selling tickets at a high school. fucking
Bring up on
wrestling.
docs. I didn't know.
You're just
It's
mad because
more
our
than-
wrestling days are behind you.
Is that what you
I did a few, but I didn't
send
keep
off
them.
like
so.
Oh,
Sting did.
no.
No,
But
you know,
wrestled
taper,
fucking
taper,
every
yes.
federation
I'm
for
just
the
always
man,
embarrassed.
motherfucker.
Yeah, well, Mississippi doesn't remember you. They only remember Hogan.
I trained chest today.
I can tell you got a big barrel chest. I want to eat some grits off of.
Whoa.
Look at him just pumping them.
So, Super Beats, commercial, Riddle.
Yep.
Does Riddle know that?
I just sent him a text telling him that.
Okay.
Does Riddle know we're doing a high spot in the middle at the high school?
No, we're doing the middle school first.
Okay.
We're doing it at a fucking K through 5 daycare.
That's right. Little Sethy and Walker will be there.
Yeah, Walker and Sethy are the ring girls.
If me and Lum versus Jay and Bubba tag team match, that would be fun.
Bubba, you should really put on a wrestling match. It sounds like we got something here.
No, listen, you got me putting on everything. I'm breaking cards. I'm fucking.
No, I got you out of the breaking cards.
I'm on. I got ready.
No, but
you got this the whole time. I didn't just say that you wanted me to.
No, you do. But I'm just saying, like, if you want to do other things, like have a wrestling promotion, that'd be cool.
I can only do one. I am so glad it's Friday. I need a break from everybody. Especially Seth working me down over here.
Turmeric.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Were you sleeping in and missed the first hour of the show? Don't worry. It's all at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
How can I even get into this endorsement with that high spot that you threw out there in a very sarcastic type way, Seth Kushner?
There's Gil 40 on the cash app. What, the turmeric?
Yeah. By the way, we often think that a more heart-healthy life means making big, unsustainable changes. Well, with Super Beat Heart Chews, you can get the daily blood pressure support in just 2 tasty chews, and they even promote heart-healthy energy without the stimulants. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. What are you over there grab-assing? Like, what are you doing? I can see you over there doing something. Maybe you're delayed. Maybe I'm just sitting there.
It was during the break, Bubba.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Cut that out. Super Beats is the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support. No pills to swallow, no ingredients to mix or to prepare. It's all plant-based, and there's no artificial sweeteners or color. Double your potential with Super Beat Heart Chews and get a free month supply of Super Beat Heart Chews on all bundles and get a free full-size bag of what, Seth Kushner? Turmeric! That's a $25 value, and it all starts and stops by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Again, to get this exclusive offer by BubbaLovesBeats.com. Lummy, have you been in contact with Matt
Riddle?
Matt Riddle.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And does he know that we're going to have him on next?
Yes.
Okay.
I told him probably 9:05, 9:10.
Perfect. So if we go into words now, then we can say that we got Matt Riddle next.
Correct.
You good with that?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com and sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Dude, Bob Cook was outside, and Lummy was like, we're walking right up to him, and then just like stares at him for a second. And Bob's like, "Do you want me?" And Lummy's like, "No, I just came outside for a second." Great story, had to be there. Yeah, we got to get a wrestling promotion going here. I mean, we just travel Florida. I mean, we got something.
Is Matt in the studio? Or on
Zoom.
Zoom. Well, Bubba, since it's already almost 9, do you want me to do the transition with Jay?
Yeah, get the fuck out.
Okay.
Good job today, buddy.
Good job.
Get the fuck out.
Did you hear that? He said, "Good job, Dan."
Get the fuck out.
He gave you a
Being mean
compliment.
to Jay like that.
Huh?
Being mean to Jay like
What
that.
being mean to Jay? That's brother stuff, dude.
It doesn't come off as bitter old, like yelling like Biden at all. Fuck off. Here, have a good day.
Jay,
I love
Jay.
you. I love you.
Now, Jay, you're not bettering yourself for my support.
I know.
Come in
Take it all back.
with a short Tom Willie like that.
I take it all back, then. You're my daughter, and I respect you guys.
I think that's the first time as with Trump or Biden's been said this morning. We talked about Kennedy.
What the fuck?
Nick the Gun Guy wants me to wrestle Daniel Rose, but he called him douchebag Daniel Rose.
Hey, man. See, that's not necessary.
No, I'm not saying that. I love he's fast talking Daniel Rose to me.
Well, you don't have to read back the negative
What
stuff.
Nick the Gun Guy saying?
Yeah, if it's negative stuff about a potential friend.
No, I know Daniel Rose's
Partner
policies.
of the
He doesn't. He's cool as shit.
Partner of the firm.
Dude, Daniel Rose. He's got all kinds of
Jay,
stuff.
did you ever
going on.
watch Suits when it was popular?
Not really, a couple episodes, but I know the general gist of the characters.
God, Meghan Markle, man.
Dude, calm down.
God damn, she is unfucking believable.
Jeez, man, rub one out.
That was her heyday.
Oh man. So there's no back-end residuals on the turmeric deal?
No, appreciate it.
All right.
Appreciate the support, though.
Okay, I didn't know if you go type in Cusho if you get a 10% off kicker.
No, you get nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, the grumpy old man, wasn't she also one of the case girls in the show with Howie Mandel?
Yeah, Sexy Boy's my song.
What up, Organic Gene?
Or I would use Limp Bizkit break stuff from when Bubba fought Dave McKay back in the day.
Which I won.
Please,
can you put that part in there, please?
I don't remember. I only remember the build-up.
Motherfucker, I won, bitch.
I don't remember you play break stuff every day. You're like, here's what I walk up.
Let me tell him who won.
Let me know.
Bubba. Easy. Peasy. Bubba Splash.
I was up two rounds to nothing. They told me I could fucking skate the third.
Was it wrestling or boxing?
Boxing.
Boxing.
Regular boxing. Shoot style. The Diacos promoted it.
Raised 50-something grand for literacy for children. 100% of it went to the kids.
Greg, I don't know. Lummy, Greg from Canada wants to know, what do you think the best item in Bubba's repacks next Friday?
Thank you there, Double
That'll be
XL.
the 696
that's
A-Rod
right.
baseball bat and a ball.
A-Rod baseball bat and ball.
Signed. Worth about 500.
Lummy and Daniel Rose are on the repack deal. Babyface and I are on the breaks.
Good morning.
That was interesting.
They've cut me out of the repack. Willie.
That's awesome. His dad's cool too.
Yeah.
It's funny. I remember his dad taking his first day in jiu-jitsu with me. Like,
Kicked out of repack Willie.
Doing shit. It's awesome.
Chocolate
My
starfish and
son
hot dog
trained
flavored
with
water.
Vision for
Limp
about
Biscuit here in August.
6 weeks.
Kid Cudi, Pusha T here in July.
He's like the geese.
He
So
doesn't?
He got it.
loved it. He was like so young. He just wanted the geek, you know. And he'd get there and he'd get on. He'd look at me and be like, he would give him like fight.
Oh, the lightning
Now he'd be so much
I
better.
won.
It was
Yeah,
so
they were
much
down
better.
2-0. They came back and won 6-3.
Oh, maybe I did see that. Did you Claire?
Yeah,
That's cool.
How
But
funny though.
he was like 6
Did Claire
or
like
something.
crazy?
Yeah. So Rob met
I
me
ain't
at
got
the
the
gym
scores.
and rolled
Thank you,
around
Greg.
with him and my wife. And like,
Ready when you are.
Yeah.
Oh, Tim Clark got fired.
Cool, very personal.
Did he?
Yeah.
From
My
Odyssey?
music class was awesome.
Oh, wow.
At that age, there's an age where just fucking whooping ass. You know,
Yeah, of course.
it's like, ooh,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh god, this is hilarious.
It's
not a
very
fighter.
cute to watch the.
Yeah.
You know fucking shit's hitting the fan when they let him go. 'Cause he's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably making a shitload
Yeah,
of
I've watched
money.
the Cube class before. It's just really cute.
It's funny.
And
He'll
you
get
know,
another
they
job
constantly
wherever
looking
radio
to see
wants
who's
Some just
watching
don't
them.
care. They're not even fighting. They're just looking at mom and
Yeah,
dad.
yeah. It's funny. I was discussing this with Dan since we're both.
I don't think he ever liked me.
Well, I guess all of us are wrong.
No, he thought it was funny. He thought you were funny. Creed, 3 Doors Down, Finger 11. I like 3 Doors Down. I saw them at a
I woke up today. I'm like.
saw them at a private show. Long, like
Not
10,
weird.
15 years ago. They fucking killed it.
Yeah, I was like, I know something happened today. I'm like, oh shit.
Kid Rock and 3 Doors Down.
Yeah.
The private shows I see.
I watched the Alexander. I know it's not real,
Is it
but
good?
on Netflix. Yeah, I liked it.
I don't want to say that.
Oh, but Riddle sees a couple, like 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay.
It'll pop on.
What up, Big Grease?
You got Bubba live now. If you go through withdrawals later, get your fix at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Now back to the BRN.
Rhett, were you able to work on that Hudson O'Neal rocket chassis short?
Yes.
Perfect. Lummy, I really wish I could report what's being rumored. My Lord.
Some really good stuff.
Yeah.
Juicy.
Man, yeah.
What, the funny car world?
Yeah, in the dirt late model world. Hudson O'Neal out of nowhere quit Rocket the Rocket house car and Mark Richards. It's out of nowhere. They won the championship last year. And I think they might have been winning or super close to being, the winners so far this year at the top of the points. I opened the show up with it. And again, to give you some evergreen as to what this means in the dirt racing world, it would be the same. It would be comparable to Patrick Mahomes leaving the Chiefs out of nowhere for no apparent reason. And there's a lot of rumors, swirling around about why this is happening. I have seen some of them. I've gotten some pretty good sources. And I don't think I'm at liberty to really get into it just because I don't want to be. It's just. Whew.
Sumo, your source?
Who?
Sumo?
No, shut up. Idiot.
Sumo from RateFunnyCar.net monthly.
He has his own newsletter or something?
Sumo from GreatFunnyCar.net monthly.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for the great Matt Riddle.
Yeah, because I told him like 9:05, between 9:05 and 9:10. He's trying to jump on real quick. He was ending another phone call he had.
Now is he in Orlando? Is he? I think he lives in Orlando with his new. Is it his wife or his new girlfriend that he just had a new baby with?
I believe it's still his girlfriend, and yes, they had a baby.
Did they
Boy,
have a baby boy?
I think it's Matt Jr., if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
I think.
I believe it was a couple
months ago.
Man, I got to tell you, I can't wait to talk to him because, man, before, WWE sold to the people that own the UFC, he was on fire. I mean, they were pushing him hard. Remember the Randy Orton? I mean, Seth's big on pro wrestling. I mean, Riddle was getting a hell of a push, was he not?
I mean, he was working with Randy Orton, yeah.
Yeah, he was. They were tag team champions, I think.
Yeah,
they were.
And he had a
RK Bro.
He had some heat with Brock. I think he had real heat with Brock Lesnar.
Oh, it was real.
Real heat.
And real heat with Goldberg.
Oh, he had real heat with Goldberg?
Yeah, Goldberg did not like him.
Yeah, he talked.
There he is.
there's the bro right there. Can you hear us, bro?
Bro, what's up, man?
Look
Loud
at
and
you.
clear.
Look at you, man. No F's given. Look at you, buddy.
Yeah, dude, just chilling.
Now, a lot has gone down since I last saw you, my friend. Jesus, just a whirlwind. You got a divorce. You hooked up with a new girl. You got a baby. You're painting your fingernails yellow now. You don't work for WWE anymore. You work for New Japan. Gotten into a little bit of a trouble. And I think you're doing a pay-per-view here in Tampa, maybe in the next couple weeks or so. You have reached out to Jake Paul and told him he was a pussy. And I mean, for real. Like, that's for real. You told him, listen, bitch, if you want to start signing people up to fight, I'm right here. I'll practically do it for free so I can whip your ass and show everybody how much of a fraud you are. I mean, I think right, you're doing cameos. You're back on the cameo deal because, man, you were really before Vince shut it down, man. You were killing it on cameos, weren't you?
I was killing it on cameos, pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
And Vince put that down to zero. And yeah.
They put it down to zero, and then the other stuff they were doing, they were taking a huge chunk of money, so you didn't really benefit unless you did it on your own or weren't with WWE when you first started.
And one of the biggest misconceptions is, because I know a little bit, people that have been through, I obviously know quite a bit about the backstory and the politics involved in for WWE nonetheless. First one of the day, and like unless you're really, really, really over, you don't really make that much money. I mean, you're working 250 dates, you're doing dark matches, you're getting a percentage of, you're kind of getting screwed on your merch, but I mean, unless you're one of the top guys, you're busting your ass, not making a lot of money. They're paying you in the rub, in the WWE rub, and hopefully, and then you got to be with them for 4, 5, 6, 7 years in order to get that money push, so to speak. And I heard that you're actually doing more money with New Japan and doing indies than you were with. It's not as sexy as Vince per se, but you're doing more money.
Well, I'll agree with that. I guess it's not as sexy as Vince, but
yeah. And by the way, Vince ain't too sexy right now. The trouble he's in, so I think that painting behind the wall is more sexier than Vince right now.
I would agree with you. I think with everything, there's perks. I think with WWE, the big perk is you get a guaranteed check every week, even if it's big or small. That check is going to clear every week, and you got it. Well, when you're working in the Indies, New Japan, some weekends are extremely profitable and you do extremely well. But then there's some weekends where you don't work at all,
And dealing with some of those independent shady son of a bitches going back at the end of the night to get your money. You sometimes might have to use some of those jujitsu skills in order to get your bread.
Yeah. With a lot of the indie companies, sometimes that's a problem. I usually make it pretty clear what my rate is and before I show up. But I'm also one of those guys, if you short me, I'm not going to make a big deal about it. I'm just never going to work for you again.
Well, and there might be an ass whipping too, right? I mean, if a guy shorted you because you could see the house wasn't that good and you could do the math, you probably catch a guy a break. But the guy killed it and he tried to short you. I think there might be some shoot style fighting going on, my opinion.
Yeah, well, a lot of times I get that with the signings. I do a lot of meet and greets now, and I draw really well. And sometimes when I'm setting up these signings, they try to set up a deal where oh, we'll do a signing after 150 people. I'll give you 70%, but I'm only going to pay you this much guaranteed. And I'm just like,
I guarantee you, fast-talking Daniel Rose ain't putting up with any of that nonsense. He's getting you the best deals.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's I'm not going to sit around and putz around and talk to you about this. It's this is my rate. This is how much I get paid at least, and we're going to do it.
Did you know that I renamed Daniel Rose? His new name is Fast Talking Daniel Rose because that bitch will just fast talk the hell out of you. Next thing you know, you're agreeing to hard tell him what you're agreeing.
Daniel does have a way with words.
That's one way to say it.
So let's talk about you got that big run with Vince, WWE. Hunter likes you. Everybody. I think everybody that kind of matters, and I think the ecosystem with regards to management kind of goes like Hunter, Vince. Probably Shawn Michaels over at NXT. They all could see that you could work and that you could draw. Then you got the big push with Orton. That was a huge push. And was it literally your demise when the, Dana White's company bought WWE? Was that your only downfall, or is there something we don't know about?
I think with WWE, I've said it before, I think the writing was on the wall for a minute. I think when I got in a little bit of trouble and I went away to rehab for a little bit.
Yeah, whatever. You're doing some rock star type stuff, right?
A little bit of a rock star type thing.
You like that, don't you? Rock. I was just doing rock star stuff, bitch, because I'm a rock star.
It sounds better than narcotics, for sure.
It sounds better than narcotics and cocaine, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, yeah, I forgot what we were talking about.
We were talking about, I thought maybe your demise might be when Dana bought when Dana's company bought the company, but you're saying you actually had gotten in a little bit of trouble prior.
Yeah, I think honestly that didn't help, and I think I was on the chopping block before that. They cut a lot of my merchandise even before the merger and other things. But I think it was just, I think that didn't help them merging, but also just bringing TKO on. And I think they're looking at how much money they were spending on certain people and etc. And I was definitely, I know I was probably one of the higher paid people on the roster. And with the cut of my like 420 merch and everything, I don't think I was making up the difference. If you know what I mean. Like usually a lot of time, like, oh, you pay me this much, but I sell this much of merchandise. I sell this much in like tickets and DLC.
But you were but Matt, you were over. I mean, there was a time where you were. We would be watching to see if you're going to get the strap or not. Like you were over.
Yeah.
I was doing pretty good, you know. And I'd say this, in the words of Randy, neither one of us were ever over. He goes, Hulk Hogan was over, The Rock was over, Stone Cold was over,
Undertaker was over.
Undertaker's over. We're not over, or at least I wasn't over.
Let me ask you a question. True story. You and now I know if you and like shoot style, okay? You and Goldberg tries to act like he's all that. Let's say shoot style, you and Goldberg wants to go at you shoot style. What happens? Shoot style.
Shoot style. If Bill Goldberg tried anything with me, and I think Bill knows this pretty well, Bill would be waking up a couple minutes later on the floor. And that would either be by knockout if I kicked him or punched him in the face.
Would you stand with Bill or would you take him down?
Well, I think with Bill's style, because he's so aggressive, he'd probably, you know, come at me pretty hard, and we'd probably end up on the ground,
right?
You know, and then I'd probably submit him pretty easily because my jiu-jitsu is pretty good.
Well, and your jiu-jitsu is real good, and I think you just, as if you weren't before, but I think it's official. You're now a Gracie black belt.
Yes, I am. I got my black belt last year, so I'm about 1 year into being a black belt.
And then, you know, there's being a black belt and then there's being a Gracie black belt. Like, you know, like there's within the black belt world, I mean, everybody's handing out black belts here and there, but to be one from the protege of the Gracie lineage, that's a whole, because they're real stingy. They just don't hand them out. Like they are real stingy. I mean, you can count as to how many there are. There's not a lot of them.
There's not a lot of black belts, not a lot of Gracie black belts. Getting a black belt in jiu-jitsu is the equivalent of going to medical school and becoming a doctor. I know some people might disagree with that, and I get it. They're two different arts. One's to save somebody, one's to like kill someone. But they are both very complicated.
Now, are you the only black belt? If you were currently on the WWE roster, would you be the only black belt, or does Brock think he's a black belt?
Well, I don't think Brock has a black belt. I think I'd be the only other black belt on the roster. But there are guys like say like Brock or Bobby Lashley, and they don't have black belts, but they're also Division I wrestlers or heavyweights.
You know what? Probably the last guy. If I might be wrong. The last guy that may have been a black belt and wrestled might have been Ken Shamrock. That might have been besides you, that might be the only other instance of that, maybe.
I believe that. But I'll say this. There are multiple camera guys that work for WWE that are black belts.
What?
And very high level, yes, and they're high level black belts. Like we'll tap like the whole roster.
So you're saying there's a guy that's standing behind a camera trying to get that chair shot, that ultimate chair shot, because the people in the gorilla position are yelling at cameraman 5, get that tight shot, when really he could whip the entire roster's ass if he wanted to.
Correct. And there's a couple of them. Like I didn't know that. I thought there's only like one, but there's like 2 or 3 black belts, and 2 of them are working the cameras, and I think the other one is doing like lighting. Now, so
same question to you about Brock Lesnar. Now we talked about Goldberg. You're saying, he's either he's I think your exact quote was he's going to sleep pretty fast, shoot style.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's a whole nother, when you're talking about, when you're talking about Brock Lesnar, that's a whole nother situation. And what's your prediction on shoot style, you and Brock?
Shoot style, me and Brock. I mean, it is Brock Lesnar. The guy weighs like 300 pounds and he's all muscle. So he's a little dangerous. I'd say this: the one thing with Brock is his stand up is pretty atrocious. He is extremely athletic, and if this is like a shoot in the street, I might have a problem. Maybe.
No, we're talking shoot in the octagon.
Shoot in the octagon, I think I have a much higher chance, Also, I mean, granted, I've failed a couple drug tests in my day. Usually not for performance-enhancing drugs.
No, hold on. You only fail rock star stuff. Say it.
Yeah, I only fail for rock star stuff.
You're not failing because you did 3 cc's of test with a Winstrol chaser.
Yeah, I'm not to be the strongest, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So if we're drug testing and you can't have any PEDs, man, you're whipping that ass, aren't you?
I think I would put the beats on them. Yeah, I've trained with a lot of people that have been on performance enhancers, and it's one thing when you train against or like fight them when they're on them, and when they're not on them, it makes a huge difference when somebody's been using steroids or performance enhancers and they're no longer on them. And in my experience, I've gone against guys that were like beating me pretty badly every day in practice to like a week later, just beating the crap out of them, and there's nothing they can do about it. And it definitely plays steroids play a huge part, especially in combat sports, because it's like one-on-one fighting.
We had back in the day, one of the things that I was one of the very first people to actually ask Kurt Angle about that infamous when him and Brock tied it up shoot style. And I was one of the very first to get that story. Him and then Jerry Briscoe went on to tell it. But supposedly, I mean, Kurt says it was a little closer than people have exaggerated, but Kurt had him pretty decently. I mean, I think the difference of an NCAA champion versus an Olympic champion. And Brock for years was avoiding it. You know how the boys get to the building a little bit early. They'll go out and walk their match out. Okay, go out, hit the ropes a little bit, walk through their match. Well, Brock would always make sure that Kurt wasn't in the building when he was walking his match out. And one day Kurt came early and caught Brock out in the ring. And I guess handled him pretty. I mean, you were, obviously part of the WWE roster. Was there an ongoing urban legend about that particular story?
I wouldn't say urban legend. It was a very well-known fact that, one of the times that Kurt Angle put the beats on Brock, amateur wrestling. But that stuff still happens to this day. During COVID, when we were down in Tampa, the big guy, Jordan, Omos, he's about like
7'6".
He's 7'6".
He was to USF.
Yeah, went to USF.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was talking trash, and I was like, dude, like, I'll put the beats on you. And he's like, no way, I'm huge. Oh, and he tried to grab a hold of me, and then I took him down and choked him. And it's just like,
was that in front of the boys, or did it?
Oh yeah, a bunch of people saw it, and then and later that night I was gonna get choke slammed by him and get beat up, but then I did that to him before the show, and I was like, you see that, dude? That's what would happen.
So when we're going out there and we're dancing and it doesn't mean nothing, I'll do a job for you. But when it really counts back here on the book, I'm gonna go ahead and beat the brakes off you.
Not only beat the brakes off you, make it look easy. I mean, it wasn't hard.
Then I think the other fight, the most infamous fight, would have been the Jericho, I guess, get locked up or double chicken winged, or somebody Goldberg back in the day. I think that was the other infamous fight that you may have heard of.
Yeah, I've heard of that one, Jericho. I've also heard of Big Show, Great Khali, where I'm pretty sure just two big guys fell over each other. I think Regal supposedly broke that one up. Well, I've also heard different stories where, Regal says he did this, but he didn't. This actually happened.
I think Arn Anderson got in a couple fights, and then I think one of the big ones was Vader. I think it might have been Vader and Arn Anderson, and they were in shower shoes. And Arn Anderson kicked the door to the bathroom stall down and whipped and whipped the big Vader's ass, I heard, or something like that. You may know more about it.
I don't know much about that one. I don't know much about the Enforcer street fights, locker room brawls.
Now,
But,
was there that type of atmosphere when you were with WWE? Was it that type of atmosphere at all? Like back in the day, Taker used to run he ran the dressing room. Like the Taker ran the dressing room, and so like a lot of disputes or something like that, Taker would just put it into it, or like what Taker said. I mean, that's probably the vibe and things that you've heard too. That was Taker's role. He ran the show.
He did run the show. That was what I was told. Now, it's like 2022, 2023, 2024. Slightly different. We don't have a Undertaker to lead the locker room. I would say there's certain people that have been on the roster for an extended period of time that you look up to or you talk to, or
like when you were when you were there, who was kind of that guy?
Well, for me, big time was Brandy.
Right.
Because Brandy's probably one of the guys that have been there as long as he has been. He's done everything, etc. But, I feel like other people had others. Like for a while, Edge was in WWE.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like he was helping a lot of guys. And I feel like a lot of time, of course, like Triple H is there.
Well, Triple H is he was kind of the boss, wasn't he? I mean, Triple H was the booker.
Well, and that's kind of the thing. Like, you want that like legend perspective, somebody with that much experience. But usually, people with that much experience are now management or they're producing.
Like I think Shawn Michaels now is management, is he not?
Yeah, well, Shawn Michaels is NXT. He definitely plays a huge role in the NXT programming, but at the same time, he's the one training and putting everybody through the feeder system, and that's who they're getting up at main roster eventually to work.
I think Terry Taylor's in that mix, is he not? Terry Taylor?
Terry Taylor was in the mix down there last that I knew.
Right.
It's been a couple months.
It's been a minute.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Terry Taylor, they got Shoney Carter down there.
Now, do you think if you could play nice, just think about this, with the way that WWE was absorbed by, Dana's company, or, by a company that Dana's heavily involved with, and there was always that long-standing feud with Dana that you had that probably didn't better your cause with regards to them retaining you, because by all accounts, you were, you can say you were on the chopping block, but you were as over, and you did some rock star stuff that other people have done, and they've gotten through that. I mean, Scott Hall, man. I mean, the rock star stuff that Scott Hall did, God bless his soul. But do you think the Dana factor might have did you in, because there was no way you were making too much money based on how over you and Randy were?
Yeah, well, Randy at the time was gone, still hurt, and he was still recovering from his surgery. I think it played like a huge part, like, hey, you guys are merging with a company, and the president of that company like fucking hates me. So I didn't know if I can swear. My bad.
That's all right. We got it.
But the guy doesn't like me, and then on top of it, it just. Yeah, it didn't look good. The writing on the wall didn't look good as the merger was happening. And then what was it? Probably a week and a half, 2 weeks after the merger, I was released.
Now, do you think? Now, I'm not trying to suggest this, but do you think that if you maybe like baby faced to Dana, is that relationship repairable? And think about this: you'd be the only dude that could actually be either one. You could be a UFC dude, or you could. We know you can work the WWE and be over. We know that you're tough as hell on UFC. You've just kind of you've blackballed yourself with some high-ranking people. And do you think that you could talk to Dana, or you don't even care?
Well, I look at it like this. I'm more than happy to work it out with anybody, regardless of what anybody thinks. I wouldn't mind. But at the same time, I believe it was shortly after I got released, I went to Vegas for the Fighters Only Awards. Chael Sonnen was out there. A bunch of other fighters were out there. I gave Herb Dean Referee of the Year award. So and I saw before I went out and hosted and gave a little award. I saw Dana White in the back, and I would say Dana won. I could tell he didn't want to be there, because he's Dana. He probably wanted to go gamble or do something like that. We're in Vegas. And number two, he definitely didn't want to see me. Definitely didn't want me in front of him. Didn't want me backstage. I could tell the guy was, maybe he wasn't. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. But he didn't say a single word to me. I definitely looked at him a couple times. And he just looked very annoyed by my presence.
I just wish you two guys could get on the same page because, man, you guys could do some great business together because literally they could use you as the only dude that could do either. Really. I mean, if you really started concentrating on training again, listen, the WWE stuff, you don't have to train for anymore. You got it. You got it. But you started getting really serious about jiu-jitsu again, like you are. You just got, obviously you're back in that. And it's you could be a guy that wrestled, for WWE on Monday, but was on the next UFC pay-per-view. Like they don't have anybody right now. I mean, maybe Brock, but I don't think Brock. I think Brock's jiu-jitsu days are way over.
Yeah, I think Brock's fighting days are well behind him. And I was probably the one guy that can do both at like a very high level.
Yeah.
Still.
I got to tell you, I'm not trying to make this sound gay or anything like that, but I got to tell you, when you came to my gym one time and you had your shirt off.
Oh my God!
Now hold on.
It moved.
It's making me uncomfortable.
Now you're making it.
But hold on now. So I mean, I've seen. I hung out with Hogan. I've hung out with them all, and I watched you kick because I had that bob kicking thing there, and I watched you kick. And the velocity and just how hard you were hitting this thing. And then I said, hey, let's lock up a little bit. And I kind of grabbed onto you, and you're just like a straight piece of cartilage. Like you're just core strong like a freak. And again, I don't think you've ever been on roids or nothing. You're just I think, Lummy, I even came back on the air the next day and be like, man, I grabbed a hold of Matt Riddle, and that guy is just...
You said he was solid.
Solid. I mean, you are a freak of nature. It's too bad that you can't get, back somehow, way, shape, or form in Dana's good graces, because I think you could be a guy that could have both straps. How cool would that be to have a UFC strap and a WWE strap?
Dana doesn't like Jake Paul, so if Matt could have knocked out Jake Paul,
yeah,
Dana
hates Jake Paul, so let's get you a fight with Jake Paul, have you just beat the brakes off of him, and then just say that one's for you, Dana. I'm sorry for all my mess ups. I'm just a bro. I make rock star mistakes, but buddy, work with me. I'll work with you. We'll make some money together, bro. I'm just saying. Then you kick the flip flops off and get that strap, bitch, and sell some T-shirts.
Where it's at, and maybe, like I said, maybe one day, but even with the Jake Paul fight, people think, you can make certain things happen. You can definitely put them in the atmosphere, but like Jake Paul definitely didn't want any of the smoke. Like he didn't want to fight, but there's been other guys that talk trash, kind of like a Goldberg. They'll talk a little trash, but they really don't want to get down the nitty gritty with me. They just want to look tough and
for TV. That's it. That was a TV deal, because if you guys would have stepped out to the Sally Port, you would have taken him pillar to post, killed him.
And that's it. And then with Jake Paul, I went to one of his fights. I went to his fight in Orlando. I'm not going to say if it was a work or not, but...
It's a work. It's an absolute... No, hold on. Especially if Mike Tyson doesn't go out there and absolutely beat the brakes off of him. It's the biggest work going. He goes to the guy and says, listen, here's $8-9 million. Let's make it look good. But at the end of the day, I'm going to win it. You might as well have Gorilla Monsoon in the gorilla position, calling the high spots with the referee telling you it's time to go home. Right? I mean, it's the same thing.
It seems that way. And honestly, even though I'm a pro wrestler, I think one thing about me, especially when it comes to fighting, I'm very much so a wild card. And I don't think they wanted to take a bet on that. I think the bets they're taking are sure wins.
Well, they know that they don't know. I mean, if they went to Matt Riddle and said, "Hey, listen, we're gonna give you $500,000 to show up, but we'll give you $5 million to lose," I think you take the 500 and beat the brakes off of them. I really do.
Yeah, I think in the long run, there's more money to be had beating than there is losing to Jake.
And so, what do you think the outcome of? Do you think Tyson's gonna? Do you think it's? I mean, is the Tyson a work or shoot? It's a work. It's gotta be.
I would imagine it's got to be some sort of work, just because Tyson did the boxing match with Roy Jones Jr.
and that was pathetic.
I wouldn't say pathetic. Definitely two great boxers in the ring. Definitely not in their primes, but they didn't try to kill. You know, and especially with somebody like Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson ain't swinging for the fences. Like that's his style, you know.
So let's say straight stand up, 12-ounce gloves. You and Tyson. I got Tyson. Don't even think. Hey, I got Matt Riddle in every other situation, but I got Tyson whipping your ass. Don't get mad at me.
Yeah, I don't have me whooping Tyson's ass.
So you're agreeing with me on that, right?
Yeah, dude. Mike Tyson boxing. That's just me getting punched in the body and face really hard.
Right. I mean, he brings one of those right. He'll hit that left, and then he brings that trailing right uppercut, and it'll knock your big jaw right the hell down to zero.
He just hops to one side of your body and throws all of his power with the opposite side, and then switches when you go to swing at him.
And it looks like it looks like his constant paw, like his normal is rage. He just looks like you look cool. Like if you look at Matt Riddle, you're like, that's a cool, chilled out dude. You know what I'm saying? Mike Tyson looks like he's rage, just ready to, remember you tell opponents, I'll eat out your children's hearts. I'll eat out.
I still just remember the Mike Tyson, I don't know if you'd call it a promo, but they're at a fight conference and some random fan goes, get him a straight jacket. And then Mike Tyson goes off. I'm not going to repeat what he says, but he goes off on this guy, telling him he's a little this and he's going to eat his that.
Eat his children's hearts out.
In front of people. He's like, you ain't a man. He cut one of the most scathing, vicious promos on a random fan. It's Mike Tyson. The guy, the guy sells tickets for sure. But
and realistically, Jake Paul, not with the big 18-ounce big bopper gloves. We're hearing possible headgear. I mean, but if it's just Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, 12-ounce gloves, Willie, no headgear, and Mike Tyson's not laying down for a payday, Mike Tyson's killing him, and he's killing you.
Yeah, I would say even at 57.
Yeah.
The guy's got it. He's got something for sure.
So now you have reached out to Jake Paul, and they don't want any. I mean, you've reached out several times and say, "Hey, man, legitimize yourself. I'm a name. I'm a former WWE champion. I'm a Gracie black belt. I spent some time in the UFC. I'm a fighter. Fight me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, my thing was, he keeps saying he wants to make the transition to mixed martial arts. I know he was supposed to fight, him and Nate Diaz did a boxing match where they were supposed to do an MMA fight. And that was my thing. Like, I will box him, or I would box him. But my thing is, like, hey, like, I feel like I'm a good warm-up for MMA, right? Like, I haven't fought in a couple years. I've been on the shelf. There's some dust on me. And
been on the shelf with some rock star type, whatever type of deal. What's Matt Riddle rolling around right now? Like, how much do you weigh right now? And what would you fight at?
I weigh 210 right now, but I can drop down to like I would drop down as far as 185. I wouldn't go back to 170 or welterweight. I'd have to stay at middleweight.
But 85, you'd be jacked.
I would be huge at 185. Yeah, I'd be a monster.
Now,
for sure.
Talking about Jake Paul, but let's go to his brother who's in WWE. And I gotta be honest. As much crap as we're talking about Jake, I really do think his brother is a pretty good wrestler. I think that he's picked it up pretty damn well, and he's over.
Yeah, he's picked it up well. The one thing that they've done very well with the celebrities, like even Bad Bunny and stuff like that, is they'll bring them in for like a story, but instead of just like, hey, you have a match at WrestleMania, we'll see you then, and like tell you the match there. They work with these guys quite a bit. So
he's been one of the very few celebrities that stuck around because of his skill set. And I watch his matches, and he's a hell of a hand. He's pretty good.
You can definitely tell he's watched wrestling growing up. He's a fan, and to be honest, both Jake and Logan, their athleticism is through the roof. You know, you can say you don't like this or don't like that, or maybe these guys are throwing fights for him, whatever. But at the end of the day, like, dude can still punch really hard. The other dude can still wrestle really well. They both can box pretty well. They both, I think, wrestled in high school in California. Like, they're not hardworking people. They definitely train hard, work hard. And like, you said, Logan's a pretty good pro wrestler.
Yeah.
And right now he's the reigning United States champion, in WWE. So
Matt Riddle,
good for him.
formerly from WWE, UFC, and now he's doing New Japan and independent shows. He's got an independent show that's coming up here in Tampa that Lummy will promote as we get closer for that. I think it's called the War Chamber.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get Matt in studio.
He's a TV champ too in New Japan.
Now does now can you make a decent payday in New Japan? Can you make Hogan used to said there was some money over there. You can make some money.
Well, I'd say there's money over there, but not the same money that's in I wouldn't even say in WWE. I'd say just in America, period. Like, you get I love wrestling in Japan. I was there. I was in Sapporo, Japan. It was freezing cold. There was like 4 feet of snow, but the experience was awesome. The people were amazing. And, winning the television championship in New Japan was also amazing. But when it comes to money, like, I feel like, I make more, say, somewhere like Ireland or England or Scotland or America. But like, say, like, I can still make money in Mexico. I can still make money in Canada. I can still make money in Japan, make money other places. But the money comes differently, like say with meet and greets or something like that.
Right.
Like, I'm gonna have the money a different way because the probability of maybe, and I don't want to go into too many details, but to get my full rate for a match is pretty hard for a lot of promoters, especially internationally and stuff like that. Especially if you're booking me a flight from the U.S. to Japan,
which is inclusive into all that. That could be a $15,000-$20,000 deal all in. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if they book me a first class flight to Japan and I wrestle a couple matches.
I mean, we're sell something. We're in the 15-20s, aren't we?
Yeah, well, I mean, unless you got a good travel agent.
So has AEW made a run at you at all? I mean, I don't know. I can't understand why they wouldn't.
Well, the thing with AEW is, one, I'll say this: they have quite a roster already, and they have it pretty full. They've had it pretty full. And I think with everybody that was released when I was released, like, say, Nick Nemeth, Dolph Ziggler, Mustafa Ali, and others, I don't think any of us have wrestled for AEW. So it's not just me. I think it's others. And I was gonna reach out to them. But my one contact with them, I used to train with a guy, QT Marshall. He wrestled for AEW or did, and he does the indies. But he was like released right before I was like gonna ask, hey, like, can you see if you can get me a job?
Well, I mean, why don't we go viral with this video right now, and you just ask the Kanan guy, hey, bro, you wanna? Hey, I'm Matt Riddle. You know my accomplishments.
Did you just call him Kanan?
what is his name? Khan. All right, this is Mr. Khan. Sorry for the mispronunciation, but I mean, I do rock star stuff too. It gets me off my game a little bit.
I hear that, and I'll say this. So another reason why I haven't really gunned at or really approached AEW like that is I kind of like doing what I'm doing now. Like right now with New Japan, I work matches, but it's more like a pay-per-view setup. I don't have to worry about commercial breaks, times, weekly TV. And I get it, weekly TV, like that's something people work up to. But I've also been doing weekly TV for like the past 7 years.
I know, but I mean, Khan's got that. He's got that big money. You think Jericho made the first switch, and why not you get up in the mix, my friend?
Well, I'm definitely not against it, but I think for right now, I want to stick with the kind of the indies. I like New Japan. I'm working MLW down in Tampa for like a pay-per-view, and right now it's paying the bills. I have my own line of merchandise. Doing great. And I'm content right now, and I feel like
didn't Edge go to there for Christian and Edge were both there for a while, weren't they?
Yeah, Christian and Edge are still both in AEW.
Oh, they
right
are.
now.
Oh, they are. Okay, great. But by the way, both great guys, great dudes, man.
They are.
Oh, Adam is the best. He's so cool.
He is very cool.
Had him on the show years ago, back in the day. But listen, my friend, I'm very proud of you. You know I'm a huge fan of yours. I just want nothing but great things for you. And I know you just had a new baby boy, right?
Little Matthew, I did. Thank you. Yep.
And are you getting to see? I think one of the reasons why you picked Orlando. I know you're living on the West Coast a little bit, but I think one of the reasons why you picked Orlando is so that you could be closer to your kids that live in Ocala. So I think that's admirable. That's cool. Are you getting to see your kids a little bit?
I saw it's spring break this week, so I saw them yesterday. We took them out to some sushi, and my parents are visiting Florida. So they're visiting as well. So, got the whole gang together. It was really nice.
Probably not a lot of rock star going on. Just probably right down the straight and narrow.
No rock stars. We had some Sprites and some tuna and nigiri.
Hey, listen, buddy, let's do this more often. Just a Matt Riddle update, Matt Riddle minute, and just to see what's going on in your world. And I look forward to promoting the Tampa event, for you. And fast talking Daniel Rose will never steer you wrong. You know that.
I know that, Daniel. Fast talking DR.
You like that?
Daniel Rose. Yeah.
Fast talking Daniel Rose. He's the guy that should have been like your manager. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, managers. I've had a lot of managers in my day. It's never the greatest experience, at least in my experience. But maybe Daniel Rose.
Not Dan. Yeah, fast talking Daniel Rose. Let's get it right now. We're trying to build a brand right now, buddy.
Fast talking Daniel Rose, Mike.
Hey, Matt, good talking to you, my friend. And let's have you on before the Tampa deal. And just please know how much I appreciate you, and I'm here to help you any way, shape, or form, bud.
Likewise, love you too, bro. Thanks for having me on again, and I'll see you in a couple weeks. I'll come into the studio.
Oh yeah, and you can slap the crap out of Lummy again. That was our best. That was our best viral video ever.
Yes, and Lummy, I love you. It's been too long. Can't wait to see you again.
Can't wait to see you, Matt.
See you later, Matt.
See you, Matt.
Take care, guys.
Bye now. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Man, I think we got some great.
Yeah, we did
some great stuff there.
He's a great guy.
I think we got some great stuff there. Don't you guys think?
Oh yeah,
great guy.
I mean, Seth, we could the Goldberg short.
Oh, the AEW,
the
yeah.
AEW short, the Brock short, right? The making up with Dana short.
I can see that stuff all over the wrestling. Wrestling websites.
If we work it right, if we work it like Shannon Burkett.
When do we work it wrong?
We
what did you call the AEW guy?
Tony Kanaan.
Tony Kanaan.
I think he's an Indy driver.
Yes, this is a daily telethon. We gotta keep the lights on somehow. So don't forget PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. All at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
We'll be back after this.
We need to get that thing, start cutting that motherfucker up
we
immediately.
we were making notes during the.
First one would be how he whipped fucking Goldberg's ass. That'd be the first one.
Yeah.
Then Lesnar. Then maybe Rockstar stuff.
Him pretty much saying Jake Paul dodged him.
Jake Paul's a pussy.
Yeah.
That Tyson Paul fight's a work.
Yep.
That he wouldn't be maybe put a pro Dana White put over in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Thank you for everybody for knowing that I was trying to get sound bites and
Shutting the hell up.
yeah.
No problem.
Yes, for real.
I'm trying better, Bubba. I did not step on you. I'm trying my best.
Oh, you're good. You're fine. Let me see here. Fuck, we're done. We're way fucking done. We gotta.
Get the fuck in, get the fuck out,
We gotta get the fuck in, get the fuck out. I'm gonna come back with the Bernie deal. Did you see Bernie? How mad he got here?
Yeah.
He got mad as fuck.
He's irate. He's a silly, funny little man.
I'm on YouTube right now. How was the interview? Please. How was the interview? I thought it was fucking straight money. I know when I do good ones or bad ones. Like Jay, when you're doing a fucking depot, either you fucking nailed it or I'm like, kind of.
100%.
Kind of fucking left.
I walk out and I usually say, did it help, did it hurt, or did it do nothing?
Yeah, you're like, you know what? I might have left a little meat on the bone there. Fuck.
No, you got some good stuff out of him. I mean, interesting. It's just insider stuff. Everyone wants the fly on the wall stuff.
Right. Thanks, HS Bubba Fan 69. Yeah, the show's gonna suck. You're right. The show's over. So, Snook Slayer, Bubba Army Mom, you hot little freak.
Hot little freak. BTQ loved it.
Well, we could literally interview a shingle
I know.
off a roof, and
I'm just
BTQ would love it.
saying.
We could literally.
I know. I'm just
Little Mitch.
Just making his little heart so happy. Makes me happy. Makes my heart so happy. Got anything fun this weekend?
Yes, I am going to drive at the track on Saturday. I'm going to the Yankees game tonight. My son's got a big date on Saturday, and then the girl's coming over on Sunday. So
What if the date doesn't go well? Then maybe she.
Then Sunday is free.
Okay. Have you met this girl before?
No, I haven't. He just finally told us who she was a couple of days ago. So she was homecoming queen her junior year. She's a senior.
Tracy's stud.
Yeah, she's got accepted to college already, and so she seems like a really sweet kid.
Does your son know not to even bring, like, not even to entertain anyone that doesn't have, like, a high pedigree of...
I think
like,
he
I'm
has
sure
that
the
own
family-
standard himself.
Yeah,
But
okay.
yeah.
You're good.
Yeah,
kid.
and I explained to him, good girls don't put out. It's not what they do in high school, so don't expect that. You know what I mean? It's like, I literally make like analogies to Superbad. That's like my kid is. They're running around trying to get a little liquor, trying to get a little, they're not getting any. You know what I mean? It's like juice free, and I'm like,
No, I haven't watched The Dynasty.
In high school,
Oh, is that with
you know, because
No, that's not that HBO Lakers show.
in high school, they're really bad with their parents. I said college, it's different. Everyone's away. They're all away from their parents. It's a whole different deal. So don't think this is that time yet. That comes down.
Big E, $25 on the PayPal. I mean, on the super chat.
I was trying to do a burnout in front of the studio.
And he said he wants
like
to
a
go to
2-wheel drive truck just now.
Bob?
Random guy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
I gotta fucking hit it and get it. I don't even have time.
Quiet.
I don't even have time to fucking. I just gotta. Oh, but we need to start cutting that up now. And is my rocket stuff done?
Yeah, I believe Brett's been working on it.
Yeah. Back in the production factory.
Exactly.
Thanks.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Mushroom Mitch said he's on his way to Sebring right now. Is there a big gathering at Sebring this weekend?
He's gonna race his car, I guess.
Oh,
or
okay.
Something.
He's on the PayPal. Carol Cheney on the PayPal. Susan Poitras on the PayPal. John Kostika on the PayPal.
Wow. Big E7375 on the super chat.
Love you guys. Hate to do this to you, but I got to go back into commercials. Please don't get mad at me. Please. Got to get back on time. And then what we're going to do is just say goodbye once we come back. So you might want to leave now.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
How's the little one doing?
She is.
She do dance or anything? Or?
She does volleyball now. That's her thing, which is great because she just can't put the ball down. You know, my kids never had a sport that they just never stopped doing it. And so Trey, when he was a junior, he just couldn't put just a sophomore, the lacrosse stick down. And he played just incessantly, got on the team, loved it. Now he's
wow.
Oh my
They figured out if he works out, so he's like a gym rat all of a sudden. He's put on like 6 pounds. He's getting all big and shit.
Does he go to a gym or does he just
he goes
work
to a
out?
gym. No, he goes to a gym now with one of his friends. And then
Does he go to Crunch?
No, he goes to his friends lives in like a yacht club or something. They have a gym there.
Oh,
so
okay,
he's doing
okay.
one there right now.
'Cause
But
there's a lot
he
of
wanted
like,
to do
cute
crunch,
girls at
and I
Crunch.
told him
it attracts that crowd.
I'd pay for him to do that if he wanted to.
Yes.
I think that's the one he wanted to. There's one over by one over by Jesuit that they all go to. I don't know if it's a Crunch or if it's a what's one of the other ones? Planet Fitness.
LA Fitness?
Planet Fitness.
Oh,
I think
okay.
I think they have one of those.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
I was gonna have the Mark video go up
So
tonight at 8.
she's
It's
loving
gonna be a live premiere on YouTube. We're gonna see if you can mention
more
it.
friends.
Just to let people know.
I'll throw it over to you.
Okay,
So-
perfect.
And then let me know about that
And I
rocket
didn't do it,
stuff.
so we played together.
Okay.
So I used to play
'Cause I got to get that out. It's pretty timely.
Yeah, that's all right. It'll be done
we
before
work in
we're
the
done.
front yard, but I
Okay.
used to play beach, so I'm pretty
That's
athletic.
fucking tough.
Video I did. They could do 2-man beach
Insane.
volleyball. I do really, 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 really well at it. So first time she ever hit a ball to me, she was like, "Oh my god, because I can do everything."
Sad.
Thanks, Lizaire. You too, man.
Yeah.
Don't watch too much
my coach
CNN.
more, I'm a little harder than her coaches. I'm just like, it's gonna be matter of fact.
Guys, I gotta be honest. What's up, Permagram? I'll be honest. I don't like it. I'm not good at watching TV.
And then she's like, after 6
Gives you
months,
anxiety, say it.
It's just hard, man. It's just hard for me. It's hard to watch TV, guys. I got real problems here.
So you got a real fuck show going on.
What's up, Mitch? What's up?
You got some rockstar problems. Say it.
What's up, Rusty?
Did you like that rockstar problem?
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, yeah.
Oh god damn, I'm so sorry.
Oh god, is Oculus the virtual reality?
Can you get 4 serves in a row over? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, let's do it. And she did. I'm like,
Not too many cards to look at. I mean, it's just I would honestly rather probably just shuffle cards I've seen 10 million times.
I always tell them.
It's hard for me to sit still, guys.
It is. And it builds so much confidence. I did dance.
Force them. That's the problem. Is I wanted.
I got restless leg syndrome.
I never did any. I never forced him in any.
Surfing wouldn't that be kind of hard here because it's not great surfing?
He's not. If you can't do it frequently enough. Yes, that's exactly right. So this is something she can do every day in the front yard.
Choir, band,
You know what, Biggie? As stupid as all the Justin Fields scenarios are, what if they kept him in like a Taysom Hill type kid?
Be scared.
I mean,
Fail. Succeed.
I don't know.
That's all part of it. Be embarrassed.
Better than giving him up for a 6th round pick.
Comes from that.
They can't do that. No. It's on Bubba Army, the Bubba Army Instagram group or libs. Actually, no. It's on my the Rockies one I did is on Nice Pull Kush on Instagram.
Why are you doing that on our brand, bitch?
Almost every session.
Don't be doing breaks on your brand.
It's not a break. I just open up like my mail and stuff like that. We get cards and all that.
People want to see that. Brand watch.
Okay. Well, I just been doing it on my card Instagram.
Well, you need to do it on us.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do 69.
Character building.
I just think that the Bears only have 4 picks now, so I feel like they're due to trade down.
After that, like you have to show back up and be like, all right.
And it's like Joe Rogan.
The Vikings would be an interesting spot for Fields just because of the indivision, but
The Vikings just picked away Jones.
It's just like
yeah, they signed him.
uncomfortable and knowing how to deal with it.
Being comfortable being.
Exactly.
Did you see him at his press conference? He did the skull.
Yeah. I try to lean
Aaron
into that
Jones.
because I'm like, oh, this means that I probably should do it more.
What's
That's
that
what I
mean?
tell myself.
That's what the
It's
Viking
the
fans
point,
do.
you have to train
That's their
it in
thing.
that way. Every time I'm getting anxious, I'm like, oh, it's
Skull.
because you need to do this more.
Oh, it's interesting. You said my brother.
I thought it was going to be over by the time free agency started. I thought they were going to have this thing settled, and now that the fact that it's still going on,
It seems like it's more convoluted than it was before.
yeah, it seems like it's a lot more fuckery.
Yeah.
And the Vikings just made a trade up with the Texans a few minutes ago. They just got the Texans' 1st round pick.
For what?
It looks like a couple 2nd round picks and stuff. The Texans unloaded last year where they traded up for Will Anderson Jr., defensive end, and they gave a bunch of picks for him. So
Texans aren't shit.
They got CJ Stroud now. They're on the way back up.
That's what we're all going. That's the card we're always trying to find.
I don't want to offend any Jacksonville fans, but I mean that's their division now. I'm all about grabbing Marvin Harrison Jr. Trade down to 2, get Marvin Harrison Jr. You'd have Marvin Harrison Jr., DJ Moore, Keenan Allen. How does Justin Fields fail with that?
If he does, it's on him.
Right. I mean, just go sign Ryan Tannehill as a backup. Somebody could succeed with those wide receivers.
Or Minshew or somebody like that.
Yeah, Minshew, yeah. I mean, just anybody. You're telling me if Fields fails with that,
experience.
throw him off the
Then
Sears Tower.
That's on him.
Yes, that is on him. Thank you.
He should be throwing for fucking 3,900, 4,000 yards with that fucking dude.
Exactly.
40 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
I agree.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
As I got to say goodbye, Rhett wanted to chime in. Rhett's got a world premiere. I think, is it tonight or tomorrow?
It'll be tonight, 8 o'clock on the YouTube channel / The Bubba Army. The BARP video is finally done, so it'll.
It's the BARP video that Rhett has been working on for, well, ever since BARP.
Yeah, it's a runtime of 48 minutes.
48 minutes.
Film.
The BARP premiere tonight at 8 o'clock. We'll also have we're working on a bunch of shorts from the Dirt Late Model stuff that I opened the show up with. Hudson O'Neal leaves Team Rocket to the Matt Riddle promo, or I should say interview, which is chocked full of shorts that we can get viral if we do them correctly. Anna Hummel show is next.
Yep.
We got a staff meeting.
Yep.
And we'll see, well, tonight at 8 o'clock. Tonight at 8 o'clock of the premiere of the BARP party on our YouTube channel. That's at the Bubba Army. Have a great weekend. Be safe.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repent.